Hello there, my dreamy travelers. Tonight, beneath the quiet shimmer of moonlight, we'll wander into the story of New Moon, where love is lost to silence and the darkness becomes its only companion. So, close your eyes, feel the chill of the empty night, and let this echo of twilight pull you into a world where heartbreak breathes and the moon itself mourns what once was. Bella Swan had never liked birthdays. Even as a child, she'd felt uncomfortable with the attention, the forced celebration, the artificial milestone of another year added to the tally of her existence. But this birthday, her 18th, carried a weight beyond normal discomfort. This birthday meant something she couldn't dismiss or ignore, something that pressed against her consciousness every time she looked at Edward Cullen's eternally 17-year-old face. She was older than him now, physically, impossibly, cruelly older. The mathematics of it were absurd, of course. Edward had lived for over a century, had experienced more years than she could imagine, had walked the earth through wars and cultural shifts and technological revolutions, while she'd merely existed for 18 unremarkable years in the American Southwest and Pacific Northwest. But none of that mattered to the visible reality of age, to the fact that when people looked at them together, they would now see an 18-year-old girl with a 17-year-old boy. And tomorrow, she would be older still. And the day after that. And every day forward into a future where she aged while Edward remained frozen in the amber of his transformation, perfectly preserved, eternally young. The thought terrified her in ways she couldn't fully articulate. Not because she was vain about aging, not because she feared wrinkles or grey hair, or any of the normal anxieties about growing older, but because every day that she aged was another day of visible proof that she and Edward existed in different streams of time, that their relationship was built on borrowed moments that would eventually run out. She tried to explain this to Edward the night before her birthday, lying in his arms in her bed while Charlie slept down the hall, oblivious to the vampire who spent every night watching his daughter sleep. Edward had listened with that particular stillness he possessed, that absolute lack of fidgeting or unconscious movement that marked him as other. And then he'd kissed her forehead with his cold lips and told her she was being ridiculous. "You're not older than me, Bella," he'd said, his voice carrying that faint exasperation he always used when she fixated on something he considered unimportant. "You're barely older than you were yesterday. Age is just a number. Easy for you to say when your number never changes," Bella had replied. And Edward had gone quiet in that way that meant he was thinking about things he didn't want to share, processing concerns he didn't want to burden her with. Now it was September 13, 2006, and Bella was officially 18 years old. An adult by legal definition, though she felt no different than she had at 17, or 16, or any of the ages that had come before. Just tired and slightly anxious about the party Alice had insisted on throwing despite Bella's protests. Alice Cullen did not take no for an answer, when she decided to celebrate something. Bella had learned this over the past year of dating. Edward had discovered that Alice's enthusiasm for parties and gifts and celebrations was as unstoppable as her precognitive visions. When Alice saw a future she wanted, she made it happen through sheer force of pixie-like determination. So despite Bella's repeated insistence that she didn't want a party, didn't want gifts, didn't want any kind of celebration beyond a quiet evening with Edward, she found herself driving to the Cullen house after school with a sense of impending doom settling into her stomach. The Cullen house emerged from the forest like something out of a fairy tale, all glass and pale wood, modern architecture that seemed to grow organically from the landscape. Bella had been here dozens of times over the past year, had spent countless hours in this house with Edward's family, but it never stopped taking her breath away. The beauty of it, the impossible perfection of everything the Cullens touched, reminded her constantly of the gap between their world and hers. Edward parked his Volvo in the circular driveway and turned to look at her, his topaz eyes concerned. He'd been hunting recently, Bella knew, preparing himself for an evening of close proximity to humans in a confined space. His eyes were bright gold, rather than the darker amber they became when he waited too long between hunts, and she could see the careful control in every line of his marble-perfect face. "We don't have to go in," Edward said quietly. "I can tell Alice you weren't feeling well. We can go back to your house. Spend the evening like you wanted." Bella was tempted, so tempted, but she also knew that Alice had been planning this party for weeks, had been excited about it in that genuine way that made it impossible to disappoint her. Alice had lost her human memories, had no recollection of her own birthdays or celebrations before her transformation. Living vicariously through Bella's milestones was one of the few ways she could experience what she'd lost. "No," Bella said, forcing a smile. "It's fine. Alice went to all this trouble. The least I can do is show up and pretend to enjoy it." Edward's expression suggested he heard the lack of conviction in her voice, but he didn't argue. He simply got out of the car with his usual fluid grace and came around to open her door, offering his hand to help her out. Bella took it, feeling the familiar shock of his cold skin against her warm palm, the marble hardness that no amount of familiarity could make seem normal. They walked to the front door together, Edward's hand never leaving hers, his body positioned slightly in front of hers. In that protective way he couldn't seem to help. The door opened before they reached it, and Alice appeared, practically vibrating with excitement, her spiky black hair perfectly styled, her gold eyes bright with pleasure. "Happy birthday, Bella," Alice said, pulling Bella into a hug that was carefully controlled to human strength, despite the vampire power beneath the gesture. "I'm so glad you came. Everyone's here, and we have presents. And cake, well, cake for you obviously. We can't eat it, but it's from the best bakery in Seattle, and it's going to be delicious." "Alice, I told you no presents," Bella said, but she was smiling despite herself. Alice's enthusiasm was infectious, impossible to resist, even when Bella wanted to. "You told me no presents." "Yes," Alice agreed, her tone making it clear she'd ignored that instruction completely. "But it's your birthday, Bella. Birthdays require presents. It's a fundamental law of human celebration. And since we're pretending to be human, we have to follow human traditions." Edward made a sound that might have been a laugh, and Alice shot him a look that was both affectionate and exasperated. Then she grabbed Bella's other hand and pulled her into the house, leaving Edward to follow behind. The main living room had been decorated with a restraint that Bella appreciated. No balloons or streamers or excessive celebration, just some elegant white candles and a banner that read, "Happy Birthday" in silver letters. The Cullen family was gathered in the open space, arranged with the careful casualness that characterized their every movement. Carlyle stood near the windows, his kind face warm with welcome, dressed in the casual elegance he maintained even at home. Esme was beside him, her caramel hair framing features that radiated maternal warmth despite her vampire nature. Emmett sprawled on the white couch, his massive frame making the furniture look delicate, his expression cheerful and teasing. Rosalie stood by the piano, her spectacular beauty almost painful to look at, her face carefully neutral in a way that suggested she was here under protest. Jasper remained near the edge of the room, his posture military straight, his face showing the careful control he maintained whenever humans were near. They all looked at Bella as she entered, and she felt the familiar discomfort of being the center of attention, of being the fragile human in a room full of predators who were pretending very hard to be something they weren't. "Bella," Carlyle said, his voice carrying genuine warmth. "Happy birthday. We're so glad you could join us." "Thank you for having me," Bella said, the words automatic and polite. "You really didn't need to do all this." "Nonsense," Esme said, moving forward to embrace Bella with the same careful control Alice had used. "Any excuse to celebrate is a good one, and you're part of the family now, Bella. Your birthdays are our birthdays." Bella felt something warm in her chest at those words, at the casual acceptance of her place in this impossible family. But beneath the warmth was anxiety, the constant awareness that she didn't belong here, that she was a temporary guest in a world of immortals who would outlive her by centuries. "Presents first," Alice announced, gesturing toward a small pile of wrapped boxes on the glass coffee table. "Then cake, then whatever Bella wants to do for the rest of the evening." "Alice, really, you didn't need to get me anything," Bella protested, but Alice was already pushing her toward the couch, her small hands surprisingly firm. "Open mine first," Alice said, thrusting a flat, rectangular package at Bella. "I had a vision of you wearing it, so I know you'll love it." Bella took the package reluctantly, hyper-aware of everyone watching her, of the performance of normalcy this required. She carefully peeled back the elegant wrapping paper, revealing a box that contained what appeared to be a plane ticket to Jacksonville. "It's a ticket to visit your mom," Alice explained. "I know you've been wanting to see Renee, and I saw that you'd have a wonderful time if you went next month. So this is your gift, a weekend with your mother, all expenses paid." Bella felt tears prick her eyes at the thoughtfulness of it, at Alice seeing something Bella wanted before Bella had fully articulated it to herself. "Alice, this is too much. I can't accept." "You can and you will," Alice said firmly. "No arguments. You miss your mom, and you should see her. Edward can come too, if he wants. Or you can go alone and have some mother-daughter time, whatever you prefer." "Thank you," Bella said, her voice thick with emotion. "Really, thank you. This is perfect." The other gifts were similarly thoughtful and far too expensive. Emmett gave her a sound system for her truck that was probably worth more than the truck itself. Esme gave her a handmade photo album, the pages already decorated with spaces for pictures Bella would take. Carlyle gave her a first edition of Wuthering Heights that made Bella's hands shake as she held it, knowing how valuable it must be. Rosalie's gift was perfunctory, a silver necklace that was beautiful but impersonal, clearly chosen because it was expected rather than because Rosalie had any particular desire to give Bella anything. Bella accepted it with quiet gratitude anyway, understanding that Rosalie's presence at all was probably more than she wanted to give. Jasper didn't give her a gift, and Bella was grateful for that. She could see the tension in his body, could see the way he was carefully controlling his breathing, managing the monster inside him that reacted to human blood with an intensity the others had learned to suppress. Being in this room with her was probably torture for Jasper, and adding the stress of gift-giving to that seemed cruel. "And this one is from me and Esme," Carlyle said, handing Bella a small wrapped box. "We hope you like it." Bella took the box carefully, noting its light weight, its elegant wrapping. She peeled back the paper slowly, revealing a dark blue box that opened to show a camera, expensive and professional, with multiple lenses and attachments. "We know you like to take pictures," Esme said softly, "and we thought you might enjoy having something better than your phone camera to capture memories with." Bella stared at the camera, overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness of it, by the way the Cullens had paid attention to her interests and chosen gifts that reflected who she was rather than just buying expensive things because they could. She ran her fingers over the smooth surface of the camera, admiring its weight, its solid reality. "Thank you," she whispered. "This is beautiful. I don't know what to say." "You don't need to say anything," Carlyle said gently. "Just enjoy it." Bella was lifting the camera from its box, examining the lens, when it happened. The edge of the wrapping paper, caught beneath the camera, shifted slightly. The paper's edge caught her finger, and Bella felt the sharp sting of a paper cut. So minor, she almost didn't register it. But she saw Edward's reaction, saw him go absolutely rigid, his entire body tensing with inhuman speed, saw his eyes go dark and his hands clench into fists, and she had just enough time to think paper cuts couldn't be that dangerous before Jasper moved. Jasper's control had been tenuous all evening, his empathic gift making him feel everyone's thirst along with his own, creating a feedback loop of temptation. The scent of fresh blood, even the tiny amount from Bella's paper cut, was too much. His carefully maintained restraint shattered. He lunged. Bella didn't have time to react, didn't have time to feel fear or prepare for impact. But Edward was faster. He threw himself between Bella and Jasper, his cold arms wrapping around her and pulling her backward with enough force that they both went flying. Bella felt herself lifted, felt the world blur, and then she was hitting something hard and sharp and unforgiving. The sound of breaking glass filled the room. Bella felt pain explode in her arm as they crashed into a table covered with glass dishes and decorative plates. The glass shattered around them, shards flying, some of them embedding in her arm, others cutting shallow lines across her skin. The scent of blood intensified immediately, not just the small drop from the paper cut anymore, but actual bleeding, the warm copper smell filling the air with an intensity that made everything stop. Bella lay in the wreckage of broken glass and scattered presents, her arm bleeding from multiple cuts, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. Edward was on his feet instantly, putting himself between her and the rest of his family, his body coiled with protective fury, a snarl ripping from his throat that sounded nothing like anything human. Jasper was being restrained by Emmett, his face twisted with shame and hunger, his eyes black with thirst. Alice had moved to help Emmett, her small body adding to the force holding Jasper back, her expression pained at seeing her mate lose control. Carlyle was already moving toward Bella, his medical training overriding his vampire instincts, his face calm and professional despite the blood. "Everyone out," he said quietly, his voice carrying absolute authority. "Now, give me space to work." The family moved, flowing out of the room with inhuman speed, taking Jasper with them. Edward remained frozen, his eyes locked on Bella, his face twisted with self-loathing and fury. "Edward, I need you to move," Carlyle said gently. "I need to examine her injuries." "I did this," Edward said, his voice rough and broken. "I threw her into the glass. I hurt her, trying to protect her." "You saved her from something much worse," Carlyle corrected. "Now please, step back so I can help her." Edward moved reluctantly, positioning himself by the window, staring out into the darkness rather than watching Carlyle examine Bella's arm. Bella could see the tension in every line of his body, could see the way his hands were clenched so tightly the marble of his skin looked like it might crack. Carlyle knelt beside Bella, his cold hands gentle as he examined her arm. "The cuts aren't deep," he said quietly. "You'll need some stitches, but there's no serious damage. You were lucky." Bella didn't feel lucky. She felt stupid and embarrassed and overwhelmed by the sudden violence, by the reminder of what the Cullens truly were beneath their careful performance of humanity. One paper cut, one tiny drop of blood, and Jasper had lost control completely. And Edward's attempt to protect her had resulted in more damage than Jasper probably would have done if he'd actually reached her. "I'm sorry," Bella said, though she wasn't sure what she was apologizing for. "Bleeding? Existing? Being human in a house full of vampires? You have nothing to be sorry for," Carlyle said firmly. "This was an accident, Bella. Accidents happen. Now, I'm going to clean these cuts and stitch the deeper ones. It's going to hurt, but I'll be as quick as I can." Bella nodded, watching as Carlyle retrieved a medical bag from somewhere in the house, returning with supplies that suggested he kept emergency equipment on hand for occasions exactly like this. Of course he did. Carlyle had centuries of medical experience, and he lived with vampires who occasionally had human friends or associates who needed care. The stitching hurt, sharp needle pricks, and the strange tugging sensation of thread through skin. Bella focused on breathing, on not looking at the blood that Carlyle was carefully cleaning away, on not thinking about Edward standing by the window with his back turned, unable or unwilling to watch. When it was done, Bella's arm was neatly bandaged. The bleeding stopped. The glass removed. Carlyle packed up his supplies with efficient movements, then turned to look at Edward, his expression concerned. "Edward," Carlyle said quietly, "it's over. She's fine. You can turn around now." "I can't," Edward said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can smell it, Carlyle. Her blood. Even now, even with it cleaned up, I can smell it, and I want." He cut himself off, the sentence incomplete, but the meaning clear. Bella felt cold dread settle in her stomach. Edward had spent months learning to control himself around her, months building up resistance to her scent, months proving he could be near her without giving in to the monster inside him. But this was different. This was fresh blood. Injury. The visceral reality of her mortality made impossible to ignore. "Take Bella home," Carlyle said gently. "Get her away from here. Let her rest. Everything will seem better tomorrow." But Bella saw Edward's face when he finally turned around, saw the expression there, and she knew with terrible certainty that nothing was going to be better tomorrow. Something had broken tonight, something fundamental, and the look in Edward's golden eyes suggested he'd made a decision he hadn't shared yet. a choice that Bella wasn't going to like. The drive back to her house was silent. Edward's hands gripped the steering wheel with unnecessary force, his eyes straight ahead, his beautiful face set in lines of rigid control. Bella wanted to say something, wanted to break the terrible silence, wanted to tell him it was okay, that she didn't blame him or Jasper, that accidents happened and they would move past this. But she couldn't make herself speak, because beneath her desire to comfort him, she felt the truth of what had happened settling into her bones. She was human, fragile, bleeding, everything the Cullens spent their existence trying to avoid, and tonight had proven that no matter how much control they maintained, no matter how carefully they managed their instincts, the monster was always there, waiting for one moment of weakness to emerge. At her house, Edward walked her to the door with mechanical precision, his movements too controlled, too careful. He didn't kiss her goodnight, didn't make plans to see her tomorrow, just waited until she was inside, until Charlie called out a greeting from the living room, and then he was gone, disappearing into the darkness with inhuman speed. Bella stood on the porch, her bandaged arm throbbing, her heart heavy with a dread she couldn't name. Inside, she could hear the television, could hear Charlie settling into his evening routine, oblivious to what had just happened. And Bella found herself thinking about paper cuts, about how such a small thing could tear everything apart. She went inside and answered Charlie's questions about the party with automatic responses, claiming tiredness to escape to her room. Once there, she lay in bed fully dressed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for Edward to appear at her window like he did every night. But midnight came and went, and the window remained empty. The space where Edward should have been felt vast and cold, an absence that pressed against Bella's chest like a physical weight. She told herself he was hunting, that he needed time to regain control after the intensity of smelling her blood, that he would come tomorrow night instead. But deep in her bones, beneath the rational explanations, Bella felt the truth waiting like a predator in the darkness. Something had changed tonight. Something had broken. And when morning came, she would discover that paper cuts could end everything, not because of the blood they spilled, but because of the choices they inspired in vampires who loved too much to risk staying. Edward didn't come to her window that night, or the next. When Bella woke the morning after her disastrous birthday party, she found her room empty of his presence, the air lacking that particular coldness that always accompanied him, the silence complete rather than comfortable. She told herself it was fine. He needed time to process what had happened, needed to rebuild his control after the intensity of smelling her blood. Jasper's attack had shaken him, and Edward's protective instincts had gone into overdrive, resulting in her injuries. He probably felt guilty, felt responsible, needed space to work through those feelings before returning to their normal routine. But when she arrived at school and found Edward absent, his siblings present but distant, offering only vague explanations about him being unwell, the unease that had settled in her chest the night before began to solidify into something heavier, something that felt like dread. Alice wouldn't meet her eyes. That was perhaps the most telling detail of all. Alice, who had been so excited about the birthday party, who had been planning and celebrating and seeing happy futures, now avoided Bella's gaze with an intensity that suggested she'd seen something in her visions, something she didn't want to share. Bella made it through the school day on autopilot, her mind elsewhere, her body going through the motions of normalcy, while her thoughts circled endlessly around Edward's absence. She drove home with her hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly, her jaw clenched against the anxiety that kept rising in her throat. Charlie was working late, the house empty when she arrived. Bella stood in the kitchen, staring at nothing, trying to convince herself that everything was fine, that Edward would come tonight, that this was just a temporary distance caused by the trauma of the birthday party. Then she heard the knock on the door. Hope flared immediately, bright and desperate. Edward had come during daylight, had decided he couldn't wait until evening, had realized that staying away was hurting them both. Bella rushed to the door, pulling it open with more force than necessary, her face already arranging itself into a smile of relief. But it wasn't Edward standing on her porch. It was Carlyle, dressed in casual clothes rather than his usual professional attire, his expression kind but serious in a way that made Bella's stomach drop. "Bella," Carlyle said gently, "may I come in? I need to speak with you." Bella stepped back automatically, letting Carlyle enter, her mind racing through possibilities. Had something happened to Edward? Was he hurt? Could vampires even be hurt in ways that mattered? The questions tumbled over each other, none of them finding voice, as she followed Carlyle into the living room. They sat, Bella perched on the edge of the couch, Carlyle settling into the armchair with that particular stillness vampires possessed when they weren't bothering to mimic human fidgeting. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Carlyle seemed to be choosing his words carefully, and Bella found she was terrified to hear whatever he'd come to say. "Edward asked me to come," Carlyle said finally. "He wanted to make sure you were healing properly, that your arm wasn't showing signs of infection. May I examine it?" Bella extended her bandaged arm automatically, watching as Carlyle unwrapped it with gentle, professional movements. The stitches looked clean, the cuts already beginning to heal, no redness or swelling to suggest complications. Carlyle nodded in satisfaction, rebandaging the arm with the same careful precision. "It's healing well," he said. "You should have minimal scarring. The stitches can come out in about a week." "Thank you," Bella said, her voice coming out smaller than she'd intended. Then, because she couldn't stop herself, because the question was burning in her chest, "Where is Edward? Why didn't he come himself?" Carlyle's expression grew even more serious, his topaz eyes filled with something that looked like sympathy and sadness. "Edward is struggling, Bella. What happened at the party affected him deeply. He's questioning whether being in your life is safe for you." The words hit Bella like a physical blow. "Safe? Carlyle, it was an accident. Jasper couldn't help himself, and Edward protected me. Yes, I got hurt, but I'm fine." "It's not. It doesn't change anything." "It changes everything for Edward," Carlyle said quietly. "He spent months convincing himself he could be near you without endangering you. The birthday party shattered that illusion. He threw you into glass, Bella. He hurt you while trying to protect you. And the knowledge that he could cause you harm, even accidentally, even with the best intentions, is destroying him." "Then let me talk to him," Bella said desperately. "Let me tell him it's okay, that I don't blame him, that I want him in my life regardless of the risks." Carlyle was quiet for a long moment, his ancient eyes studying her with an intensity that made Bella feel exposed, vulnerable. When he spoke, his voice was gentle but firm. "I don't think that would help, Bella. Edward has made up his mind about something, and when he's certain, he's very difficult to dissuade. I came here partly to check on your physical health, but also to prepare you. Edward is going to come see you soon, and I suspect the conversation won't be easy. The dread that had been sitting in Bella's chest since the party solidified into something cold and heavy. He's going to break up with me. Carlyle didn't deny it, didn't offer platitudes or false reassurances. He simply sat there, his expression sad, his silence confirmation enough. Why? Bella asked, her voice breaking slightly. Why would he do that? We love each other. Doesn't that matter? Doesn't that count for something? It matters tremendously, Carlyle said. In fact, it's precisely because Edward loves you that he's considering this. He believes that staying in your life puts you in constant danger, that his presence will eventually get you killed, and he can't bear that thought. Bella, he would rather walk away, rather cause you temporary pain, than risk your permanent death. That's not his choice to make, Bella said, anger flaring beneath her fear. I'm the one who gets to decide what risks I'm willing to take. I'm the one who chooses whether being with him is worth the danger. He doesn't get to make that decision for me. I agree with you, Carlyle said, surprising her. I think Edward is making a mistake, that he's letting fear drive him rather than love. But I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, Bella. Edward is, and I'm not certain you'll be able to change his mind once he's decided on a course of action. They sat in heavy silence for a moment, Bella processing the reality of what Carlyle was telling her, trying to prepare herself for a conversation she desperately didn't want to have. Finally, Carlyle stood, moving with fluid grace, preparing to leave. For what it's worth, Carlyle said quietly, I hope he reconsiders. You've been good for Edward, Bella. You've given him something to care about beyond mere survival. The family has watched him come alive over these past months in ways we haven't seen in decades. Losing you will hurt him as much as it hurts you. Then why is he doing it? Bella asked, her voice small and broken. Because he believes it's right, Carlyle said. Because he believes he's protecting you. And because Edward has always found it easier to sacrifice his own happiness than to risk someone else's safety. After Carlyle left, Bella sat alone in the empty house, waiting. The afternoon stretched into evening, the light fading from the sky. Darkness creeping across Forks like a living thing. Charlie came home, ate dinner, while Bella pushed food around her plate, then settled in front of the television, oblivious to his daughter's distress. Bella excused herself and went to her room, unable to maintain the pretense of normalcy any longer. She sat on her bed, staring at the window, waiting for Edward to appear, knowing he would come. Dreading the moment when he did. The knock on the front door came just after 8 o'clock. Bella heard Charlie answer it, heard Edward's velvet voice asking if he could speak with Bella, heard her father's confused agreement, then footsteps on the stairs, and Edward was standing in her doorway, looking more beautiful and more remote than she'd ever seen him. Can we take a walk? Edward asked, his voice carefully neutral. There's something I need to talk to you about. Bella wanted to refuse, wanted to make him say whatever he needed to say here, in her room, in the space where they'd spent so many nights together. But she also knew that having this conversation where Charlie could potentially overhear would be impossible. So she nodded, grabbed a jacket against the September chill, and followed Edward downstairs. Charlie looked up from the television as they passed, his expression concerned. You two okay? You're both looking pretty serious. We're fine, Dad, Bella said, the lie automatic. Just going for a walk. I'll be back soon. Outside, the night air was cool and damp, typical for Forks. Edward led the way into the forest behind her house, following a path Bella knew well, one they'd walked dozens of times over the past months. But tonight, Everything felt different. The trees seemed darker, more oppressive. The silence between them felt heavy with unspoken words. They walked until they were far enough from the house that even Charlie's human ears wouldn't catch their conversation, until they were surrounded by towering trees and darkness, broken only by faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. Then Edward stopped, turning to face her, and Bella saw the careful control in every line of his marble face. "Bella," Edward said, his voice carrying that particular gentleness he used when he was about to say something she wouldn't want to hear. "We need to talk about what happened at the party." "It was an accident," Bella said immediately, desperately. "Jasper couldn't help himself, and you were protecting me. I don't blame either of you. I don't blame anyone. These things happen when humans and vampires try to exist together. I understand that. I accept it." "You shouldn't have to accept it," Edward said, his voice sharp with self-loathing. "You shouldn't have to risk your life every time you're around my family. You shouldn't have to worry that a paper cut might lead to an attack. You shouldn't have to live in constant danger because I'm too selfish to stay away from you." "You're not selfish," Bella protested. "Edward, you're the least selfish person I know. You've spent months learning to control yourself around me, months proving that we can make this work. One accident doesn't erase all of that." "It's not just one accident," Edward said, and there was something final in his tone, something that made Bella's blood run cold. "It's a pattern, Bella. Every time you're with us, you get hurt. The van in the school parking lot, James hunting you, the ballet studio, now this. You keep getting injured, keep ending up in danger, and it's always because of me, because I'm in your life." "Those things weren't your fault," Bella said, her voice rising with desperation. "The van was Tyler's fault. James was a hunter who would have killed someone regardless. The birthday party was an accident. You can't blame yourself for things you didn't cause." "I can blame myself for putting you in positions where those things can happen," Edward said. "If I'd never spoken to you, if I'd stayed away like I should have that first day in biology, you'd be safe. You'd be living a normal human life, dating normal human boys, planning a normal human future. Instead, you're standing in the woods with a vampire who wants to drink your blood every moment he's near you, whose family can barely control themselves around you, whose very presence in your life is a death sentence waiting to be carried out." Bella felt something crack inside her chest, felt the reality of what was happening start to sink in, despite her desperate attempts to deny it. "What are you saying, Edward? What are you trying to tell me?" Edward's face was carefully blank, his expression controlled in a way that was more terrifying than anger would have been. "I'm leaving, Bella. My family and I are leaving Forks. We've stayed here too long anyway. People are starting to notice we don't age. It's time for us to move on." The words hit Bella like bullets, each one finding its mark, each one tearing something vital inside her. "Leaving," she repeated dumbly. "You're leaving." "Yes," Edward said, and there was no emotion in his voice, nothing but cool certainty. "We're leaving tonight. Carlisle has already made arrangements. We'll be gone by morning." "Take me with you," Bella said immediately, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "I'll come with you. I don't care where you go. I'll follow. I'll do whatever it takes. Just don't leave me behind." Something flickered in Edward's golden eyes, something that might have been pain, but it was gone so quickly. Bella couldn't be sure she'd seen it at all. "I don't want you to come with me, Bella." The sentence hung in the air between them, simple and devastating. Bella stared at him, unable to process what she'd just heard, unable to make the words make sense. "You don't want me to come with you," she repeated slowly, testing the words, trying to understand their meaning. "No," Edward said, and his voice was cold now, distant, nothing like the warmth she was used to. "I don't want you to come with me. This has been fun, Bella, an interesting distraction for a few months. But I'm bored now. I'm ready to move on to something new, something less complicated than trying to date a human." Each word was a knife, deliberately placed, carefully aimed to cause maximum damage. Bella felt them cutting into her, felt her world fragmenting around the edges, reality becoming unstable. "You're lying," she whispered. "You love me. You said you loved me." "I said what you wanted to hear," Edward said, his tone dismissive, cruel in a way she'd never heard from him before. "But the truth is, Bella, you're just a human. A fragile, temporary, ultimately forgettable human. Did you really think we had a future together? Did you really believe I could love someone who'll be dead in 60 years while I continue unchanged?" "Yes," Bella said, her voice breaking. "Yes, I believed that, because you told me it was true, because you showed me every day that it was true, because everything about us together felt true." "Then you were naive," Edward said flatly. "I'm a vampire, Bella. I'm a predator. Everything about me is designed to lure in prey, to make humans trust me, want me, love me. It makes hunting easier. You fell for what I am, not who I am. And now I'm tired of pretending." Bella felt her legs weaken, felt the world tilting sideways. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. Edward loved her. She knew he did. She'd seen it in his eyes, felt it in his touch, heard it in his voice every time he said her name. This cold, cruel stranger wasn't Edward, couldn't be Edward. "I don't believe you," Bella said, forcing the words out past the pain crushing her chest. "You're lying. You're saying these things because you think it'll make it easier for me to let you go. But I see through it, Edward. I know you. I know you love me." For just a moment, Edward's mask slipped. Bella saw pain flash across his beautiful face, saw something that looked like agony in his topaz eyes. But then the control was back, the coldness returning, and when he spoke, his voice was final. "Believe what you want," Edward said. "It doesn't change anything. I'm leaving, Bella, tonight, and I'm not coming back. I need you to move on, to forget about me, to live your human life without me in it." "I can't," Bella whispered. "Edward, I can't just forget you. I can't pretend this didn't happen. I love you. You'll get over it," Edward said. And the casual dismissal of her feelings was almost worse than anything else he'd said. "You're young. You'll fall in love again, probably with someone much more appropriate than a vampire who wanted to kill you from the moment you walked into his biology class." He started to turn away, started to leave, and Bella felt panic override her paralysis. She grabbed his arm, her warm hand closing around his cold marble skin. "Please," she begged, not caring how desperate she sounded. "Please don't do this. Don't leave me. I'll be better. I'll be more careful. I won't get hurt again. Just please don't go." Edward looked down at her hand on his arm, and something in his expression made Bella release him immediately. "Goodbye, Bella," he said quietly. "I'm sorry it had to end this way, but it's for the best. For both of us." "Wait," Bella said. One final desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. "Will I ever see you again? Will you at least visit, let me know you're okay?" "No," Edward said, and the word was absolute, final. When I leave, it will be as if I never existed. I'll leave no trace of myself in your life, Bella. No photos, no gifts, no evidence that we were ever together. And I need you to promise me something." "What?" Bella asked, her voice barely audible. "Don't do anything reckless," Edward said, his eyes meeting hers one last time. "Don't put yourself in danger trying to get my attention or hoping I'll come back. I won't. No matter what you do, no matter what happens to you, I won't be there to save you. So please, for Charlie's sake, if not your own, be safe, live your life, be happy." Then he turned, and before Bella could respond, before she could say anything else, he was gone, moving with inhuman speed, disappearing into the forest, swallowed by darkness and trees, as if he'd never been there at all. Bella stood frozen, staring at the space where he'd been, her mind unable to process what had just happened. Edward was gone. He'd left her. He'd said terrible, cruel things, had dismissed their entire relationship as a temporary distraction, had told her he didn't want her and didn't love her and would never come back. And the worst part was that some small, desperate part of her still didn't believe it, still thought he was lying, was being deliberately cruel to make her let him go, was sacrificing his own happiness because he believed it would keep her safe. But whether he was lying or telling the truth didn't matter. The result was the same. He was gone. Bella tried to follow him. The impulse was immediate and instinctive, her feet moving before her brain could fully engage. She stumbled into the forest, following the direction he'd gone, calling his name into the darkness. "Edward!" Her voice cracked, desperate. "Edward, please, come back." But there was no answer, only silence and darkness and trees that all looked the same in the faint moonlight. Bella kept walking, kept calling, her voice growing hoarse, her movements becoming uncoordinated as panic and grief overwhelmed rational thought. She didn't know these woods the way Edward did, didn't have vampire senses to navigate by, didn't have his perfect memory of every tree and path and landmark. Within minutes, she was lost, turned around, unable to find her way back to the path they'd walked together. Bella kept moving anyway, her mind not quite processing the danger, too focused on the desperate need to find Edward, to make him take back what he'd said, to convince him to stay. Branches caught at her clothes and hair. Roots tried to trip her. The darkness pressed in from all sides, complete and oppressive. She fell. Her foot caught on something she couldn't see, and she went down hard, her hands scraping against rough ground, her knees hitting hard enough to bruise. The pain was distant, unimportant, compared to the agony in her chest where Edward's words had carved out something vital. Bella lay where she'd fallen, the forest floor cold and damp beneath her, and something inside her simply stopped. The panic drained away, leaving nothing behind. No fight, no hope, no will to get up and keep searching. Just emptiness so vast and complete it felt like drowning on dry land. This was it then. This was how it ended. Not with violence or drama or any of the ways Bella had feared their relationship might conclude, but with Edward walking away into darkness, leaving her broken and lost in a forest that suddenly felt like it stretched on forever. Time lost meaning. Bella lay on the ground, staring at nothing, her mind blank of everything except the echo of Edward's voice, saying he didn't want her. The cold seeped into her body, but she didn't move. The darkness deepened as clouds covered the moon, but she didn't try to find shelter. Some distant part of her knew this was dangerous, knew she should get up, find her way home, tell Charlie what happened, but that part was very far away, muffled by the vast emptiness where her heart used to be. She didn't hear the footsteps approaching, didn't register the presence of another person until a voice spoke, startling her into fractional awareness. "Bella? Bella Swan?" Bella turned her head slightly, seeing a figure standing over her, backlit by a flashlight. It took her several long seconds to recognize Sam Yulee, Billy Black's friend from the reservation, the young man who ran with a group of other Quileute boys and had a reputation for being responsible and protective of his community. "Sam," Bella's voice came out rough, broken. "What are you doing out here?" Sam asked, kneeling beside her, his voice concerned. "Your father called. He said you went for a walk with Edward Cullen hours ago and didn't come back. He's been trying to find you." Hours. It had been hours. Bella hadn't realized, hadn't registered the passage of time while she lay on the forest floor, dissociating from reality. "Edward left," Bella said, the words simple and devastating. "He's gone." Sam's expression shifted to something like understanding, but he didn't press for details. Instead, he simply lifted her, his arms strong and warm, his body heat a shock against her cold skin. "Let's get you home," he said quietly. "Your father is worried sick." Bella let herself be carried, her body limp, her mind still somewhere far away. She was vaguely aware of Sam moving through the forest with confident purpose, following a path she couldn't see, heading back toward her house. But it all felt distant, unreal, like she was watching it happen to someone else. The lights of her house appeared eventually, blazing bright in the darkness. Bella could see Charlie on the porch, pacing, his phone to his ear. When he saw Sam carrying her, he rushed down the steps, his face a mixture of relief and anger and fear. "Bella!" Charlie's hands were on her face, checking for injuries, his eyes wild. "What happened? Are you hurt? Where's Edward?" "Gone," Bella said, the word mechanical. "Edward's gone." Charlie looked at Sam, some silent communication passing between them. Then Charlie was guiding her inside, asking questions. Bella couldn't answer, checking her for injuries she barely registered. Her knees were scraped, her hands were scratched. There were leaves and dirt in her hair, but none of it mattered. None of it touched the vast emptiness inside her. Charlie put her to bed eventually, his movements gentle, his voice worried but patient. He asked if he should call Renee, if Bella needed to see a doctor, if there was anything he could do. Bella shook her head to all of it, turned her face to the wall, and closed her eyes. Sleep didn't come. How could it? Her mind kept replaying Edward's words, kept searching for hidden meanings, kept trying to find proof that he'd been lying, that he'd been cruel to be kind, that somewhere beneath the coldness was the love she knew he felt. But the evidence was overwhelming. He'd left. He'd walked away without looking back. He'd said he didn't want her to come with him, that she'd been a temporary distraction, that he was bored and ready to move on. And whether those things were true or whether he was lying to protect her didn't change the reality that he was gone. Bella curled into a ball beneath her blankets, her arms wrapped around her middle, trying to hold together something that felt like it was fragmenting. The hole in her chest that had opened the moment Edward disappeared into the forest was growing, spreading, consuming everything that used to be her. She understood, in that long dark night, what people meant when they talked about heartbreak. It wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't poetic exaggeration. It was a physical sensation, a tearing inside her chest, an absence so profound it felt like dying while remaining alive. Edward was gone, and he'd taken some essential part of her with him, leaving behind only this empty shell that looked like Bella Swan but was really just the ghost of who she used to be. Outside, the night wore on toward dawn. Inside, Bella lay motionless, staring at nothing, feeling nothing except the vast and terrible absence where Edward used to be. And somewhere in the darkness, she understood that surviving this was going to be the hardest thing she'd ever done. If she survived it at all. October arrived with rain that never seemed to stop, grey skies that pressed down on Forks like a physical weight, and Bella Swan moving through her days like a ghost occupying her own body. She woke each morning because her body forced her to, because sleep eventually ended whether she wanted it to or not, and she would lie in bed staring at the ceiling, gathering the will to perform the basic functions of existence. Getting up, getting dressed, going to school, coming home, going to bed, repeat. The routine was all that kept her functioning, all that prevented her from simply stopping entirely. Her body knew how to execute the familiar patterns, even when her mind was somewhere else, somewhere far away, somewhere that didn't hurt quite as much as the present moment. School was the worst. Walking through hallways where she'd walked with Edward, sitting in classes where his absence was a palpable thing, eating lunch at a table where his family used to sit in their own isolated group. Everything reminded her of what she'd lost, of who was missing, of the hole in her chest that never stopped aching. They fell into a comfortable routine. Bella would arrive around 3:30, still in her school clothes, and they'd work until dark, sometimes later when Billy didn't mind. Jacob would order pizza or make sandwiches, his appetite seemingly insatiable, eating enough for 3 people while maintaining constant motion and conversation. "Do you have a tapeworm?" Bella asked one evening, watching Jacob demolish his 4th sandwich. "That's not a normal amount of food for one person." "Growing boy," Jacob said through a mouthful of bread and cheese. "Need fuel for all this." He gestured at his frame, which had been filling out steadily over the weeks they'd been working together. It was true Jacob was growing at a rate that seemed almost alarming. When Bella had first arrived with the motorcycles, he'd been tall but lanky, his frame suggesting height without much muscle. But in just a few weeks, his shoulders had broadened significantly, his arms had developed definition, his entire presence had become more physical and solid. "You're turning into a giant," Bella observed. "What's Billy feeding you?" "Everything in the house," Jacob said cheerfully. "He keeps joking that I'm going to eat him out of house and home, but I legitimately can't seem to get full. The doc says it's normal for growth spurts, that some teenagers just shoot up fast." Bella studied him, noting other changes beyond just size. His face was losing its boyish softness, becoming more defined, more angular. His movements had gained coordination and grace, the occasional teenage awkwardness smoothing into something more controlled, and his temperature seemed elevated. His skin radiated warmth whenever they worked close together, heat that felt almost feverish, but which Jacob claimed was normal. The work on the motorcycles progressed steadily. They stripped both bikes down to their frames, cataloging what needed to be replaced, ordering parts from salvage yards and online suppliers. Jacob had a gift for finding deals, for locating the specific components they needed at prices Bella could afford on her limited budget. "This carburetor rebuild kit should have been $70, Jacob announced triumphantly one afternoon, waving a package. "Found it for $25 from a guy in Oregon who was clearing out his garage. And I got us both new brake lines for basically nothing because the seller didn't realize what he had." "You're a miracle worker," Bella said sincerely. Without Jacob's resourcefulness, the motorcycle project would have been impossible on her budget. "I'm just good at finding bargains," Jacob said modestly. "Plus, I know what corners we can cut and what we absolutely can't. Brakes and throttle, no cutting corners, but decorative stuff, cosmetic pieces, we can skip those or find cheap alternatives." As they worked, they talked. Jacob shared stories about life on the reservation, about his sisters who'd moved away, about Billy's friends and their complicated tribal politics, about the legends and stories that formed the foundation of Quileute culture. Bella found herself actually listening, actually engaging, actually present in ways she hadn't been since Edward left. "Tell me about the cold ones again," Bella said one afternoon, remembering the story Jacob had told her years ago on First Beach, before she'd known Edward was a vampire, before any of this had become real. Jacob's expression shifted to something more serious. "You sure you want to hear tribal legends? Most people think they're just fairy tales." "I'm sure," Bella said, curious about the stories in a new way now that she understood their context. Jacob settled back against the workbench, his voice taking on the cadence of storytelling. "The cold ones are what my ancestors called vampires. According to the legends, they came to our territory a long time ago, and the wolves, our ancestors who could transform, drove them away. There was a great battle, and eventually a treaty was made. The cold ones agreed to stay off our land, to not hunt on our territory, and in exchange, the wolves agreed not to attack them." "Do you believe the legends?" Bella asked carefully. "I used to think they were just stories," Jacob admitted, "but Billy believes them completely. He talks about them like they're historical fact rather than mythology. It used to drive me crazy, actually, how seriously he took it all. But lately I've been wondering if maybe there's more truth to the old stories than I gave them credit for." Bella wanted to tell him he was right, wanted to explain that vampires were absolutely real, because she'd dated one for a year, but she'd promised to keep the Cullens secret, and breaking that promise felt like a betrayal, even though they'd left her behind. The first motorcycle was nearly complete by mid-March. Jacob had declared the engine sound, the electrical system functional, the brakes responsive. All that remained was fine-tuning and a test ride to ensure everything worked properly under actual operation. "You ready to try her out?" Jacob asked one Saturday afternoon, the motorcycle gleaming from their work. No longer a rusted heap, but something that looked almost professional. Bella felt her heart rate increase, anticipation mixed with the fear-excitement she'd been chasing. This was it, the moment she'd been building toward. The chance to ride fast and dangerous, and potentially summon Edward's protective voice from wherever it lived in her traumatized mind. "I'm ready," Bella said, forcing confidence into her voice. Jacob insisted on multiple safety checks first, going over every system twice, making sure nothing had been overlooked in assembly. He produced a helmet his own, worn but functional, and insisted Bella wear it despite her protests. "Non-negotiable," Jacob said firmly. "You crash without a helmet, you die or end up brain damaged. With a helmet, you've got a fighting chance, so you wear it, or you don't ride. Those are your options." Bella accepted the helmet, touched by his concern, even as she planned to push boundaries he wouldn't approve of. Jacob talked her through the controls again, patient and thorough, making sure she understood throttle and brake and clutch, explaining weight distribution and turning techniques. "Start slow," Jacob instructed as Bella straddled the bike, feeling its weight between her legs, its power vibrating through the frame. "Just get a feel for it. Don't try to go fast right away. Speed can wait until you're comfortable with the basics. But Bella didn't want to start slow. She wanted speed, wanted adrenaline, wanted the rush that might trigger Edward's voice. She kicked the engine to life, the sound loud and visceral, and gave the throttle an experimental twist. The bike lurched forward more aggressively than she'd anticipated, nearly throwing her off before she corrected. Jacob jogged alongside her, calling instructions, his concern obvious. But Bella was barely listening, her focus narrowing to the sensation of speed, to the wind against her face, to the excitement building in her chest. She increased the throttle, the bike picking up momentum, the world beginning to blur at the edges. And then, cutting through the engine noise with terrible clarity, she heard Edward's voice. "Stop, Bella, stop right now. You're going to get yourself killed." The shock of it made her hands spasm on the controls. The bike wobbled. She overcorrected. And suddenly everything was sideways. Asphalt rushing up to meet her. Impact imminent and unavoidable. She hit hard, the crash driving air from her lungs, pain exploding through her shoulder and hip and leg where they struck pavement. The motorcycle skidded away, its engine dying, leaving Bella sprawled on the ground trying to remember how to breathe. The pain was immediate and intense, her shoulder screaming, her hip throbbing, her leg burning where asphalt had scraped through her jeans. But beneath the pain, Bella felt triumph. She'd heard Edward's voice, clear and immediate, and absolutely real, exactly as it had been in Port Angeles outside that bar. The danger had worked, had summoned him from wherever he existed in her fractured consciousness. Jacob was there instantly, his warm hands on her, checking for injuries, his face pale with concern. "Bella, are you okay? Can you move? Talk to me." "I'm fine," Bella gasped, the words automatic even though everything hurt. "Just knock the wind out of me." "You're not fine. You're bleeding," Jacob said, his voice tight with worry. He was right. Blood was seeping through her jeans where the asphalt had scraped away skin, and her palm was bleeding from where she'd tried to catch herself. Jacob helped her up carefully, supporting her weight, his body radiating heat that felt almost uncomfortable against her injured side. He guided her back to his garage, sat her down on a chair, and retrieved a first aid kit with practiced efficiency. His hands were gentle as he cleaned her injuries, his touch steady despite his obvious concern. The antiseptic stung, but Bella barely registered it, her mind still replaying the moment of hearing Edward's voice, cataloguing the conditions that had triggered it. "What were you thinking?" Jacob asked, his voice carrying an edge of frustration beneath the worry. "That was way too fast for a first ride. You could have been seriously hurt, Bella. You could have broken bones, cracked your skull, gotten yourself killed." "I know," Bella said, the acknowledgement automatic. "I'm sorry. I just got excited, forgot to be careful." Jacob applied bandages with careful precision, his warm fingers lingering slightly longer than necessary, checking that the dressings were secure. When he looked up at her, his dark eyes were troubled, seeing more than Bella wanted to reveal. "This isn't about the motorcycles, is it?" Jacob said quietly. "This is about something else, something you're not telling me." Bella wanted to deny it, wanted to maintain the fiction that she was just learning a new skill, just trying something adventurous. But Jacob's expression suggested he wouldn't accept easy lies, that he deserved more honesty than she'd been giving him. "I needed something," Bella said carefully, choosing words that were true without revealing everything. "After Edward left, I was drowning, just existing, without actually living. The motorcycles give me something to focus on, something that makes me feel alive again. Is that so wrong? No, Jacob said, his voice softening. But Bella, using danger to feel alive is a path that leads nowhere good. I care about you too much to watch you hurt yourself just because you're trying to cope with losing someone. The words hit harder than they should have, cutting through Bella's justifications with uncomfortable accuracy. Jacob did care about her, she realized. His friendship over these weeks had been genuine and generous, his patience and kindness freely given. And she'd been using him, using his mechanical skill and his easy company and his warm presence, all in service of chasing Edward's phantom voice. I'm sorry, Bella said, meaning it. You're right. I'll be more careful. I promise. But even as she made the promise, she knew she would break it, because hearing Edward's voice, even for those few seconds before the crash, had been worth the pain, had been worth Jacob's worry and her own injuries, had been the only thing in months that had made her feel genuinely present in her own life, rather than drifting through time like a ghost. Over the following weeks, Bella continued to visit La Push regularly, continued working on the motorcycles with Jacob, continued building a friendship that felt increasingly important, even as she used it for purposes Jacob didn't fully understand. They completed her motorcycle and began work on Jacob's, the second bike, requiring less intensive repair since they'd already solved most of the mechanical puzzles with the first. Jacob continued to grow at an alarming rate. By early April, he'd shot past 6 feet, his frame filling out with muscle that seemed to appear overnight. His appetite remained insatiable, his temperature stayed elevated, and his coordination improved to the point where his movements seemed almost preternatural in their grace. You should see a doctor, Bella suggested one afternoon, watching Jacob lift a motorcycle engine block with ease that should have required 2 people. This level of growth isn't normal. You could have some kind of hormonal imbalance or glandular problem. I'm fine, Jacob said dismissively. Billy says Quileute men sometimes go through dramatic growth spurts. It's genetic, runs in families. I'm just catching up to where I should have been all along. But Bella noticed Billy watching Jacob with an expression that wasn't quite concern but wasn't quite pride either. Something knowing. Something that suggested he understood what was happening to his son in ways Bella didn't. The friendship between Bella and Jacob deepened as spring progressed. They spent hours together in the garage, their conversation ranging from motorcycles to school to books to life philosophy. Jacob made her laugh with his easy humor, his ability to find joy in simple things, his genuine enthusiasm for projects and people and experiences. He was so different from Edward, where Edward had been cold and careful and constantly controlled. Jacob was warm and spontaneous and utterly without pretense. Where Edward had been impossibly beautiful in a way that attracted but also intimidated, Jacob was becoming handsome in an approachable way, his features pleasing without the supernatural perfection that marked vampires as other. And where Edward had left, Jacob stayed, was present, was available, was there day after day with patience and kindness and friendship that asked for nothing except her company. Bella recognized what was developing beneath their friendship. She could see it in the way Jacob looked at her when he thought she wasn't paying attention, could hear it in the careful way he said her name, could feel it in the moments when his hand lingered slightly too long when helping her with a tool or steadying her balance. Jacob Black was falling in love with her, and Bella didn't know how to feel about that. She didn't love him back. Not the way he was beginning to love her. The hole in her chest where Edward used to be remained vast and consuming, leaving no room for romantic feelings toward anyone else. But she cared about Jacob deeply, valued his friendship desperately, needed his presence in ways that felt almost selfish in their intensity. "I'm using him," Bella acknowledged to herself one evening, driving home from La Push as the sun set over the Olympic Peninsula. She was using Jacob's mechanical skill to fix motorcycles she planned to ride recklessly. She was using his friendship to fill the void Edward had left. She was using his warmth to thaw the numbness that had consumed her for months. And she was allowing his feelings to develop even though she knew she couldn't return them, because losing Jacob would mean returning to the grey emptiness she'd barely survived. It was selfish and wrong, and potentially cruel, but Bella couldn't seem to stop herself, couldn't seem to choose the right thing over the thing that kept her functioning. So she continued going to La Push, continued accepting Jacob's friendship and patience and growing affection, continued taking everything he offered, while giving back only the pieces of herself that remained after Edward had taken the rest. The second motorcycle was nearly complete by late April. Jacob announced it, ready for test riding on a Saturday morning, when Bella arrived to find him already in the garage, the bike gleaming from fresh cleaning. His expression, proud. "Want to go for a ride?" Jacob suggested. "Both bikes are done now. We could actually ride together, see how they handle." Bella agreed immediately, eager for the adrenaline rush, for the possibility of hearing Edward's voice again. They rode together through the reservation, Jacob staying close, his presence protective, without being suffocating. He was a natural rider, his movements fluid and confident, his control of the motorcycle complete. Bella pushed her limits gradually, testing how fast she could go before fear overrode exhilaration, how sharp she could take corners before losing control, how much danger would trigger Edward's protective instinct. Sometimes she heard his voice, sometimes she didn't. The randomness of it made the addiction worse, made her chase harder, push further, take greater risks. Jacob noticed but couldn't quite articulate what he was seeing. He knew something about Bella's riding felt wrong, felt less like healthy risk-taking and more like self-destruction, with a thin veneer of recreation. But he couldn't name it exactly, couldn't put into words the pattern he was witnessing. "You're scaring me sometimes," Jacob admitted one afternoon after Bella had taken a curve too fast and nearly lost control. "The way you ride, it's like you're testing something, like you're trying to see how close you can get to crashing without actually crashing." "I'm just pushing my limits," Bella said, the excuse practiced, learning what the bike can do, what I'm capable of. "There's a difference between learning limits and actively courting disaster," Jacob said, his voice serious. "I know I'm not your keeper, and I know you're going to do what you want, regardless of what I say. But Bella, I care about you, and watching you hurt yourself, even accidentally, even in pursuit of adrenaline, it kills me a little bit every time." The admission hung between them, weighted with feelings Jacob hadn't quite voiced, but which were becoming increasingly obvious. Bella felt guilt press against her chest, adding to the burden she already carried. She was hurting Jacob by using his friendship this way, by letting him care about her when she had nothing to offer in return except fragments and damage. "I'm sorry," Bella said quietly. "I'll be more careful. I don't want to worry you." "Then actually be more careful," Jacob said. "Not just say you will. Actually do it. Because I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you, Bella. I really don't." Bella promised she would try, meant it, even as she knew the addiction to Edward's voice would override caution, knew that the next time she rode, she would push boundaries again because hearing his voice was worth any price. That night, Lying in bed, Bella acknowledged the complicated truth of her situation. She was healing in some ways. The zombie numbness had lifted, replaced by engagement with life that felt almost healthy. But she was also developing new problems, new addictions, new ways of hurting herself that were more subtle than the overt depression had been. She was chasing Edward's ghost through danger. She was using Jacob's friendship and growing love without being able to return his feelings. She was performing recovery while internally remaining fractured, and she had no idea how to stop, how to choose genuine healing over the coping mechanisms that barely kept her functional. Outside her window, the night pressed against the glass. Inside, Bella stared at the ceiling and wondered if survival was enough, if existing in this complicated middle ground between destruction and health counted as progress or just postponed collapse. She didn't have answers. She just had Jacob's friendship and the motorcycles and Edward's voice echoing in moments of danger. And for now, that would have to be enough, even if she knew it wasn't sustainable, even if she knew something would eventually break, even if she knew she was building toward a crisis she couldn't quite see yet. For now, she would take what she could get, would accept Jacob's warmth and kindness, would chase Edward's voice through adrenaline and risk, would survive however she could, one day at a time, until something changed or something broke or she finally figured out how to actually heal rather than just exist. It wasn't enough, but it was all she had. The motorcycles took shape slowly over the weeks that followed Bella's first visit to Jacob's garage. What had started as two rusted heaps of metal gradually transformed into something that resembled functional vehicles, though whether they would actually run remained an open question that Jacob approached with optimistic determination. Bella drove to La Push every day after school, sometimes staying until dark, losing herself in the mechanical work that required focus and attention and left little room for the grief that still lived in her chest. Jacob proved to be a patient teacher, explaining concepts multiple times when necessary, walking her through processes until her hands learned what her mind struggled to retain. The work was meditative in its own way. The careful disassembly of engine components, the cleaning of parts crusted with years of neglect, the methodical replacement of pieces that had corroded beyond repair. It required presence, demanded attention, and for the hours she spent in Jacob's garage, Bella found herself actually existing in the moment, rather than drifting through time like a ghost. Jacob made it easy. He didn't ask questions about Edward or the breakup, didn't press for explanations about why Bella had suddenly developed an interest in motorcycles, didn't treat her like she was fragile or broken. He just talked about engines and mechanics with genuine enthusiasm, shared stories about his sisters and his life on the reservation, made jokes that occasionally pulled actual laughter from somewhere deep inside Bella's chest. She watched him work, with growing appreciation for his skill, the way his hands moved with confident precision, the way he could diagnose problems by sound or feel, the way he approached mechanical puzzles with creative problem solving. He'd grown even more since she'd started coming to La Push regularly. His frame had filled out. His height had increased to well over 6 feet. His face had lost the last softness of boyhood. "You're getting tall," Bella observed one afternoon, watching Jacob reach a tool on a high shelf with ease. "Growing spurt," Jacob said, his tone dismissive but his smile pleased. "Billy says I'm probably not done yet either. Might hit 6'5" by the time it's over." "Do you ever stop eating?" Bella asked, noting the pile of sandwich wrappers that accumulated every time Jacob worked on the bikes. "Not really," Jacob admitted cheerfully. "I'm hungry all the time lately." Billy jokes that I'm eating him out of house and home, but I legitimately can't seem to get full. It was strange how much Jacob had changed in such a short time. Bella couldn't quite put her finger on what was different beyond the obvious height and build. Something about his presence had shifted, become more intense, more physical. His temperature seemed higher too, his skin radiating warmth whenever they worked close together. But Bella attributed it to teenage metabolism and the physical exertion of working on the bikes. The first test ride happened in late March, on a day when the rain had temporarily stopped and pale sunlight broke through the clouds. Jacob had declared Bella's motorcycle road ready, though he'd insisted on multiple safety checks before allowing her to actually ride it. He'd also insisted she wear his helmet, had made her promise to start slow, had extracted assurances that she wouldn't do anything reckless. Bella agreed to all of it while internally acknowledging that reckless was exactly what she was planning. The entire point of the motorcycle was to trigger adrenaline, to court danger, to potentially summon Edward's voice from wherever it lived in her traumatized mind. She straddled the bike, feeling its weight between her legs, its power vibrating through the frame. Jacob talked her through the controls again, patient and thorough, making sure she understood throttle and brake and clutch. Then he stepped back, his expression a mixture of pride and concern, and Bella kicked the engine to life. The sound was loud and visceral, the vibration immediate and intense. Bella felt her heart rate increase, felt adrenaline begin to flood her system, felt the first edge of the fear-excitement combination she'd been chasing. She gave the throttle a tentative twist, and the bike lurched forward, nearly throwing her off before she corrected. "Easy," Jacob called, jogging alongside her. "Gentle with the throttle. You're not racing anyone." But Bella wanted to race, wanted to push faster, harder, wanted to trigger the fear response that would summon Edward's protective voice. She increased speed gradually, the bike picking up momentum, the world beginning to blur slightly at the edges, and then she heard it. Edward's voice, sharp with panic and fury, cutting through the engine noise with terrible clarity. "Stop, Bella, stop right now. You're going to get yourself killed." The shock of hearing him made Bella's hands spasm on the controls. The bike wobbled, she overcorrected, and suddenly she was going down, the motorcycle tipping sideways, asphalt rushing up to meet her. She hit hard, the impact driving air from her lungs, pain exploding in her shoulder and hip where they struck ground. The bike skidded away, its engine dying, leaving Bella sprawled on the pavement trying to remember how to breathe. Jacob was there instantly, his hands on her, checking for injuries, his face pale with concern. "Bella, are you okay? Can you move? Talk to me." "I'm fine," Bella gasped, the words automatic, even though her shoulder screamed protest and her hip throbbed with the impact. "Just knocked the wind out of me." "You're not fine. You're bleeding," Jacob said, his voice tight. He was right. Bella could see blood seeping through her jeans, where the asphalt had scraped her leg, could feel the warm trickle from her palm, where she tried to catch herself. But beneath the pain, beneath Jacob's worry, Bella felt something else. Triumph. She'd heard Edward's voice, clear and immediate and absolutely real, exactly as it had been in Port Angeles. The danger had worked, had summoned him from wherever he existed in her fractured mind. Jacob helped her up carefully, supporting her weight, leading her back to his garage. He cleaned her injuries with gentle efficiency, his warm hands steady as he applied antiseptic and bandages, his concern evident in every movement. "What were you thinking?" Jacob asked, his voice carrying an edge of frustration beneath the worry. You could have been seriously hurt. That was way too fast for a first ride." "I know," Bella said, the acknowledgement automatic. "I'm sorry. I just got excited. Forgot to be careful." Jacob studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes seeing more than she wanted to reveal. "This isn't about the motorcycles, is it? This is about something else. Something you're not telling me." Bella wanted to deny it, wanted to maintain the fiction that she was just learning a new skill, just trying something different. But Jacob's expression suggested he wouldn't accept easy lies, that he deserved more honesty than she'd been giving him. "I needed something," Bella said carefully. "After Edward left, I was drowning, just existing without actually living. The motorcycles give me something to focus on, something that makes me feel alive again." "Is that so wrong?" "No," Jacob said quietly. "But Bella, using danger to feel alive is a path that leads nowhere good. I care about you too much to watch you hurt yourself just because you're trying to cope with losing someone." The words hit harder than they should have, cutting through Bella's justifications with uncomfortable accuracy. Jacob did care about her, she realized. His friendship over these weeks had been genuine and generous, and she'd been using him, using his mechanical skill and his easy company, all in service of chasing Edward's phantom voice. "I'm sorry," Bella said, meaning it. "You're right. I'll be more careful. I promise." But even as she made the promise, she knew she would break it, because hearing Edward's voice, even for those few seconds, even knowing it was just her mind's desperate projection, had been worth the pain of the crash, had been worth Jacob's worry and her own injuries, had been the only thing in months that had made her feel genuinely present in her own life. Over the following weeks, Bella rode the motorcycle regularly, always pushing slightly beyond safe limits, always courting the edge of danger that summoned Edward's voice. Sometimes she heard him, sometimes she didn't. The randomness of it made the addiction worse, made her chase harder, push further, take greater risks. Jacob noticed, his concern growing with each scrape and bruise Bella acquired. But he couldn't articulate exactly what was wrong, couldn't quite name the self-destructive pattern he was witnessing. He just knew that something about Bella's motorcycle riding felt wrong, felt less like healthy risk-taking and more like deliberate damage. Then, in mid-April, Jacob disappeared. It happened without warning, without explanation. Bella called his house one afternoon, planning to head down to La Push for their usual work session, and Billy answered with a tone that suggested something was wrong. "Jacob's not available, Bella," Billy said, his voice carefully neutral. "He's going through something right now. He needs space." "Is he okay?" Bella asked, concern immediate. "Is he sick? Did something happen?" "He's fine," Billy said, the words not quite convincing. "He just needs time. I'll have him call you when he's ready." But Jacob didn't call. Days passed, then a week, then 2 weeks, and Bella heard nothing. Her calls went unanswered, her messages ignored. She drove to La Push several times, but Billy met her at the door with the same careful explanations. Jacob was busy. Jacob was dealing with something. Jacob would reach out when he was ready. The absence reopened wounds Bella thought she'd learned to manage. Another person disappearing from her life without explanation. Another relationship severed without her consent. The pattern was becoming unbearable. Everyone she cared about eventually left, and she was always the one left behind, confused and hurting and alone. She threw herself into schoolwork to distract from Jacob's absence, graduated to running red lights and taking dangerous curves too fast when she rode the motorcycle alone. The self-destructive behavior escalated, the need to hear Edward's voice growing more desperate as Jacob's absence stretched longer. Charlie noticed something was wrong, but attributed it to normal teenage drama, to a fight between friends rather than the abandonment Bella was actually experiencing. He tried to be supportive in his awkward way, suggested Bella reach out to other friends, encouraged her to focus on graduation preparations. But Bella couldn't explain that Jacob's disappearance felt like Edward leaving all over again, couldn't articulate how the pattern of abandonment was breaking something fundamental inside her. She just smiled and nodded, and assured Charlie she was fine, while internally spiraling further into the darkness she'd been barely holding at bay. 3 weeks after Jacob had disappeared, Bella drove to La Push, determined to get answers. Billy's excuses had worn thin, and she needed to know what was happening, needed some explanation for why Jacob had cut her off so completely. She arrived at Jacob's house to find Billy on the porch, his expression troubled when he saw her approach. But before he could deliver another careful excuse, Jacob emerged from inside, and Bella felt shock hit her like a physical blow. Jacob had changed. Drastically, dramatically, impossibly changed. His hair, which had been long and beautiful when she'd last seen him, was now cropped short, almost military in its severity. His frame had broadened even further, muscles defined with sharp clarity. But most shocking was his face. The softness was completely gone, replaced by angles and intensity that made him look years older than his actual age. "Jacob?" Bella's voice came out uncertain, questioning. "Hey, Bella," Jacob said, his tone carefully neutral. "What are you doing here?" "What am I doing here?" Bella repeated, anger flaring beneath confusion. "You disappeared for 3 weeks without a word. I've been calling, leaving messages, worrying about you. And you, just what happened to you? You look completely different." Jacob's expression shifted to something like guilt, but there was also warning there, something that suggested he couldn't or wouldn't explain. "I'm sorry I didn't call. I've been dealing with some stuff. Personal stuff." "Personal stuff?" Bella's voice rose with frustration. "Jacob, 3 weeks ago we were friends. We spent almost every day together, and then you just vanished. And now you're acting like we barely know each other. What happened? What did I do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong," Jacob said, but his tone remained distant, controlled. "I just need space right now, Bella. I can't explain it, but I need you to respect that I'm asking for distance." The words were familiar in the worst way, an echo of Edward's leaving, of being told that someone she cared about didn't want her around anymore. Bella felt something crack inside her chest, felt the fragile healing she'd managed with Jacob's help shatter completely. "Fine," Bella said, the words sharp and brittle. "If you don't want to be friends anymore, just say so. Don't give me vague excuses about needing space. Just tell me the truth." "The truth is complicated," Jacob said, frustration bleeding through his control. "The truth is that there are things happening that I can't tell you about, things that are dangerous and that you're better off not knowing. So yes, I need space. I need you to stay away from La Push, stay away from me, and just let me deal with this." "You sound just like him," Bella said, the accusation clear. "Just like Edward, deciding what's best for me, making choices about my life without my input, pushing me away because you think it's for my own good. I'm so tired of people doing that, Jacob. I'm so tired of being left behind." Something shifted in Jacob's expression, pain breaking through his control. "I don't want to hurt you, Bella. That's the last thing I want. But staying in your life right now is dangerous for you. And I won't risk you getting hurt because of me. Why is it dangerous? Bella demanded. What's going on, Jacob? What are you so afraid of? I can't tell you, Jacob said, his voice rough with emotion. I want to, but I can't. There are rules, Bella. Agreements made a long time ago that I have to follow. And those rules mean keeping certain things secret, even from people I care about. Bella stared at him, trying to understand, trying to make sense of the cryptic warnings and vague explanations. And then, suddenly, pieces began clicking together in her mind. Jacob's sudden growth spurt, his constantly elevated temperature, the way Billy had looked at her with concern that seemed to go beyond normal parental worry, the way Jacob kept talking about danger and secrets and agreements. The legends, Bella said slowly, memory surfacing. The stories you told me at the beach that first time we met, about the cold ones and the wolves. You said they were just stories, just tribal legends. Jacob's face went carefully blank, which was answer enough. Bella felt her world tilting, reality rearranging itself around this new information. The Quiliote legends weren't just stories. They were real, which meant werewolves were real, which meant Jacob, you're a werewolf, Bella said, the words hanging in the air between them. Jacob flinched, his carefully maintained control cracking. I can't talk about this, Bella. I'm not allowed. There are rules about what I can tell you, about who's allowed to know. But I already know, Bella pressed. I know about vampires, Jacob. I know the cold ones exist because I dated one for a year. Edward Cullen was a vampire. His whole family are vampires. So if the vampire part of the legends is true, then the wolf part must be true too. The revelation hung between them, Bella's words confirming what Jacob hadn't been allowed to say directly. Jacob stared at her, shock and relief and fear all mixing together in his expression. You knew? Jacob's voice was barely above a whisper. All this time, you knew about vampires? Yes, Bella said. Edward told me. I've known since last year. I've been to the Cullen house. I've met his family. I know what they are and what they can do. And I know about the treaty between the Cullens and your tribe, about the boundary lines and the agreement not to hunt on each other's territory. Jacob ran his hands through his short hair, the gesture frustrated and overwhelmed. I can't believe you knew all this time, and you never said anything. I was keeping their secret, Bella said, just like you are trying to keep yours. But Jacob, if you're a werewolf now, if that's what happened to you, then I understand why you disappeared. And I'm not scared of you. If that's what you're worried about, you should be scared, Jacob said, his voice rough. I'm dangerous, Bella. We all are. When we transform, when we're in wolf form, we're barely in control. Sam's been teaching us, helping us learn to manage it, but we're still volatile. One wrong move, one moment of lost control, and I could hurt you. I could kill you. Sam Yulee? Bella asked, pieces continuing to fall into place. The others who cut their hair, who've been hanging around him, they're all wolves too? I can't confirm that, Jacob said automatically, then laughed bitterly. But you've already figured it out, haven't you? You're too perceptive for your own good, Bella. Why did it happen? Bella asked. Why now? The legends said the wolves only transform when there's danger, when the tribe needs protection. What triggered it? Jacob's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. Vampires. There are vampires in the area again. Not your Cullens, they left months ago, and good riddance, but others, a redhead and a dark-haired one, both of them crossing onto our land, both of them hunting. The transformation happens when vampires are near, when the tribe needs defenders. So we changed, all of us, one by one. Bella felt cold settle into her stomach. Vampires in the area. A redhead. It couldn't be, but she knew with terrible certainty that it was. Victoria, James's mate. The vampire who'd fled during the confrontation in the baseball clearing. The vampire who would want revenge for James's death. The redhead, Bella said, her voice shaking slightly. Did you see her clearly? Did she seem like she was looking for something? She was looking for a way past our patrols, Jacob said. Sam thinks she's trying to get to Forks, but we've been blocking her. Every time she approaches the boundary, we chase her off. She's fast though, and clever. She keeps trying different approaches, different angles. Victoria was hunting her. The realization settled over Bella with grim certainty. Victoria wanted revenge for James, wanted to kill Edward's human girlfriend the way Edward had killed James, and the wolf pack was protecting her without even knowing that she was the target. Jacob, I need to tell you something, Bella said urgently. That redhead, her name is Victoria. She was James's mate, the tracker who tried to kill me last year. The Cullens killed James to save me, and now Victoria wants revenge. She's not just hunting randomly, she's hunting me specifically. Jacob's expression shifted from concern to fury in an instant, his entire body going rigid with protective rage. You're telling me that vampire is hunting you? That you're in danger, and you didn't think to mention it? I didn't know until right now, Bella protested. I thought Victoria left after James died. I didn't think she'd come back. Didn't think she'd still be fixated on revenge. But if she's in the area, if she's trying to get to Forks, then yes, I'm probably the reason. This is bad, Jacob said, his mind clearly racing through implications. This is really bad, Bella. Sam needs to know about this. The pack needs to know what we're actually dealing with. Can you tell them? Bella asked. Are you allowed to share that information? I don't know, Jacob admitted. The rules about what we can tell outsiders are strict, but you already know about vampires. You already know about us, and you're in danger. That has to change the calculations somehow. They stood in tense silence for a moment, both processing the revelations, both understanding that everything had become more complicated and more dangerous. Finally, Jacob spoke again, his voice softer than before. I'm sorry I disappeared on you, he said. I'm sorry I made you feel abandoned. That wasn't fair to you, especially after what you went through with Edward leaving. But I was under orders from Sam, and the pack bond makes it really hard to disobey the Alpha. I should have found a way to tell you something, even if I couldn't explain everything. It's okay, Bella said, relief flooding through her at the return of Jacob's warmth, at the knowledge that he hadn't actually been abandoning her. I understand now, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Edward earlier. I should have been honest about what I knew. Can we start over? Jacob asked. Now that we both know what we're dealing with, can we be friends again? Real friends, without the secrets? Yes, Bella said immediately. Please, I missed you, Jacob. These last 3 weeks have been terrible. Jacob pulled her into a hug, his arms warm and strong around her, his body heat almost uncomfortably intense, but welcome after the cold numbness she'd been living in. He was different now, fundamentally changed by whatever had happened during his transformation, but he was still Jacob, still the person who'd helped her survive the worst months of her life. We need to talk to Sam, Jacob said when he released her. He needs to know about Victoria, about the fact that she's hunting you specifically. The pack's been treating this like random vampire activity, but if you're the target, That changes how we need to approach protection. Will he be angry? Bella asked. That I know about the wolves, about the legends being real. Probably, Jacob admitted. But he'll also understand that you're in danger and that we need to adjust our strategy. Come on, let's go find him. The sooner he knows what's happening, the better. They found Sam at First Beach with several other members of the pack. Paul, Jared, and Embry. All of them transformed in the same way Jacob had been. All of them radiating the same intense physical presence. Sam listened with increasing gravity as Jacob explained the situation, his expression darkening with each revelation. You've known about vampires this entire time? Sam asked Bella, his voice carefully controlled. You dated one, knew about their nature, and kept it secret? Yes, Bella said, meeting his eyes directly. Edward Cullen was my boyfriend. His family are vampires, but they don't hunt humans. They survive on animal blood. And they left months ago, left Forks entirely. They're not the ones Victoria is after. But she's after you because of them, Sam said. And it wasn't a question. Because you were involved with Edward. Because his family killed her mate. Yes, Bella confirmed. I'm sorry. I know this puts all of you in danger. Puts the tribe in danger. But I didn't know Victoria was still hunting me until Jacob told me she was in the area. Sam studied her for a long moment, his alpha instincts clearly working through the implications. Finally, he nodded. Some decision made. You're Jacob's friend. That makes you pack adjacent, which means we protect you. The redhead won't get past us, Bella. We'll keep you safe. The promise settled over Bella with complicated weight. Protection, but also obligation. She was bringing danger to people who didn't ask for it, putting the wolf pack at risk because of choices she'd made, relationships she'd pursued. The guilt of it pressed against her chest, adding to the burden she already carried. But she was also grateful, desperately, overwhelmingly grateful that she wasn't alone, that Victoria's hunting wouldn't go unopposed, that there were people or wolves willing to stand between her and the vampire who wanted her dead. Thank you, Bella said quietly. All of you. Thank you for protecting me even though I don't deserve it. Everyone deserves protection, Sam said firmly. And you matter to Jacob, which means you matter to the pack. We'll keep you safe, Bella. That's a promise. Jacob walked her back to her truck as the sun began setting, his presence warm and solid beside her. The revelation of his werewolf nature should have been shocking, should have fundamentally altered how Bella saw him. But instead, it just made sense, explained the changes she'd been witnessing, put context around his disappearance. So you turn into a giant wolf, Bella said, trying for lightness. That's quite the party trick. It's not a party trick, Jacob said, but he was smiling. It's terrifying and overwhelming and I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, I turn into a giant wolf. We all do, and we're going to use that to keep Victoria away from you. I'm sorry you had to change, Bella said. I'm sorry vampires being in the area triggered your transformation. You didn't ask for this. None of us ask for the hands we're dealt, Jacob said philosophically. But we learn to play them anyway. And honestly, Bella, being a wolf isn't all bad. The pack bond, the shared consciousness when we're in wolf form, the purpose, it's intense. But it's also kind of amazing. They reached her truck, and Jacob helped her in with casual protectiveness. Be careful driving home, he said. And Bella, no more reckless motorcycle riding. I know what you've been doing. Know you've been pushing too hard. Whatever you're chasing, it's not worth getting yourself killed over. Bella wanted to argue, wanted to defend her need to hear Edward's voice, but Jacob's expression suggested he understood more than she'd revealed, that he'd seen through her justifications to the self-destruction underneath. "I'll try," she said, the promise weak but sincere. "That's all I ask," Jacob said. "Just try, for me, if not for yourself." The drive back to Forks felt different than the drive down to La Push had felt. Bella had answers now, understanding about Jacob's disappearance and transformation. She had protection from Victoria, wolves patrolling the boundaries to keep the vampire from reaching her. She had her friend back, changed but still fundamentally Jacob, but she also had new knowledge about the danger she was in, confirmation that Victoria was actively hunting her, awareness that the threat Edward had tried to protect her from by leaving was still present and intensifying. The irony wasn't lost on her. Edward had left to keep her safe, but his leaving had created a vacuum that Victoria was exploiting, had removed the protection the Cullens had provided. Bella was in more danger now than she'd been when Edward was there. His leaving hadn't protected her at all. It had just left her vulnerable, exposed, alone except for a pack of teenage werewolves who were defending her because one of them happened to be her friend. The hole in her chest, where Edward used to be, ached with renewed intensity. She missed him desperately, missed his protection and his presence and his cold arms around her. But she also felt anger stirring beneath the grief, resentment at choices he'd made without her consent, frustration at being left behind to face consequences he'd never anticipated. Edward had left to protect her, but in leaving, he'd put her in more danger than ever, and Bella wasn't sure she could forgive him for that. Spring transformed into early summer, with the kind of grey continuity that made Forks indistinguishable from one season to the next. Rain fell with monotonous regularity, the forest remained perpetually damp, and Bella Swan moved through her days with a fragile equilibrium that felt like walking a tightrope stretched over an abyss. The wolf pack patrolled constantly, their massive forms moving through the forest at the edges of Bella's awareness. She rarely saw them directly. Jacob had explained that they tried to maintain distance from human observation, that revealing their nature too obviously would violate generations of careful secrecy. But she knew they were there, knew that somewhere in the trees surrounding Forks, wolves the size of horses were tracking Victoria's movements, blocking her attempts to reach the town. Jacob came by almost daily now, his presence both comfort and complication. He'd integrated himself into Bella's routine with easy naturalness, showing up at her house after his own patrols, keeping her company through the long evenings, filling the silence with conversation and warmth that made the hole in her chest feel slightly less consuming. Charlie approved of the friendship with obvious relief. He'd watched Bella's zombie months with helpless concern, and Jacob's arrival in her life had coincided with visible improvement. Bella smiled more, engaged more, seemed more present. That the improvement was built on complicated foundations. Charlie couldn't see werewolf protection, dangerous motorcycle riding, auditory hallucinations of an absent vampire didn't diminish his gratitude that his daughter seemed to be healing. "Jacob's good for you," Charlie observed one evening, watching through the window as Jacob and Bella worked on her truck's engine in the driveway. "He makes you happy in a way that Edward never really did." Bella wanted to argue, wanted to defend what she'd had with Edward, but she also recognized truth in Charlie's observation. Jacob's friendship was uncomplicated in ways Edward's love had never been. There was no constant danger, no threat of accidental death, no need to carefully monitor every interaction to ensure nothing triggered vampire instincts. With Jacob, Bella could just exist without performing constant vigilance. Of course, Charlie didn't know that Jacob was a werewolf, that the friendship came with its own set of supernatural complications, that danger of a different kind lurked at the edges of their time together. But the illusion of normalcy was enough for Charlie, and Bella didn't have the heart to shatter it. The pack's protection came with restrictions that Bella chafed against, even as she understood their necessity. She wasn't supposed to go into the forest alone, wasn't supposed to stray too far from populated areas, wasn't supposed to put herself in situations where Victoria might have an opening, a moment of vulnerability to exploit. The rules made sense. They were logical, reasonable, designed to keep her alive. But they also limited her ability to seek out the danger that triggered Edward's voice, constrained her movements in ways that made the addiction harder to feed. She'd been good about the restrictions initially, had followed the guidelines because gratitude for protection outweighed desire for adrenaline. But as weeks passed without incident, as Victoria's presence became more abstract threat than immediate danger, Bella's discipline weakened. She started taking small risks again, pushing boundaries in ways she told herself were harmless, riding the motorcycle too fast on empty roads, taking walks alone in areas the pack had declared relatively safe, staying out later than she should, testing the edges of the protection Jacob and his pack provided. Jacob noticed, his concern manifesting in increased presence, in showing up unexpectedly to check on her, in gentle reminders about staying safe. Victoria hasn't given up, he warned. Just because you haven't seen her doesn't mean she's not out there, waiting for an opportunity. I know, Bella said, the acknowledgement automatic. I'm being careful, but careful was relative, and Bella's definition of the term had become increasingly elastic as the need to hear Edward's voice grew more insistent. May became early June, school winding toward its conclusion, graduation approaching with the inevitability of seasons changing. Bella went through the motions of senior year activities, college applications she couldn't bring herself to care about, ceremonies she attended with mechanical presence, celebrations that felt hollow given the supernatural chaos underlying her existence. Her friends had largely given up trying to include her in normal teenage activities. Jessica had stopped calling after too many declined invitations. Angela remained quietly supportive but distant, respecting Bella's obvious preference for solitude or time with Jacob. Mike Newton had transferred his attentions elsewhere, finally accepting that Bella wasn't interested in anything he had to offer. The isolation should have bothered her, should have felt like loss or failure or missing out on important experiences. But Bella found she didn't care about proms or parties or the social rituals that consumed her classmates. She cared about surviving Victoria's hunting, about hearing Edward's voice in moments of danger, about maintaining the fragile equilibrium that kept her functional. Everything else was just noise. The phone call came on a Tuesday evening in early June. Charlie answering, his voice shifting from casual greeting to professional concern in the space of seconds. Billy Black's voice on the other end, audible to Bella even from across the room, tight with the kind of worry that immediately triggered alarm. Harry Clearwater had a heart attack, Charlie said when he hung up, already reaching for his jacket and keys. They're taking him to the hospital in Forks. Billy asked if I could meet him there, be there for Sue and the kids. Is he going to be okay? Bella asked, genuine concern cutting through her self-absorption. She'd known Harry Clearwater her entire life, remembered him from childhood visits to La Push, from fishing trips with Charlie and Billy. I don't know, Charlie admitted, his face grave. Billy said it was bad. I need to go, Bella. Will you be okay here alone? I'll be fine, Dad, Bella assured him. Go, be there for them. "I'll be right here if you need me." Charlie left in a rush, his police cruiser pulling out of the driveway with urgency that suggested how seriously he was taking the situation. Bella stood at the window watching the taillights disappear, feeling the weight of the empty house settle around her. She should stay inside, should follow the rules about not being alone, about maintaining safety protocols, should call Jacob and tell him she was by herself, so someone from the pack could keep watch. But the need to hear Edward's voice had been building for days, pressure accumulating beneath her careful compliance with restrictions. And Charlie would be gone for hours, dealing with hospital logistics and supporting grieving friends. Hours of opportunity to seek out the danger she'd been denying herself. The decision made itself before conscious thought could intervene. Bella grabbed her jacket, found her keys, and headed out into the June twilight. She wasn't going far, she told herself, just to the cliffs at La Push, to the jumping point she'd heard the reservation boys talk about, where they leaped into the ocean for entertainment and adrenaline. Cliff diving, dangerous enough to trigger fear responses, to potentially summon Edward's protective voice, but not so dangerous as to be genuinely suicidal. People did it regularly, without dying. Controlled risk, calculated danger, the kind of edge-walking she'd become practiced at. The drive to La Push took longer than usual. Bella's mind working through justifications, building the narrative she'd tell Jacob if he found out. She was just exploring, just wanted to see the cliffs, just needed to clear her head after the stress of Harry's heart attack. All true statements, even if they concealed the real motivation. The cliffs rose from the beach like ancient sentinels, black rock jutting into grey sky, waves crashing against their base with rhythmic violence. Bella parked and walked to the edge, looking down at the water far below, feeling vertigo mix with exhilaration. This was higher than she'd expected, much higher. The drop had to be at least 50 feet, maybe more, and the water below looked dark and turbulent, waves churning with unpredictable currents. This wasn't the controlled danger she'd been telling herself it was. This was genuinely hazardous, the kind of risk that could easily result in serious injury or death. She should leave, should get back in her truck, drive home, wait for Charlie to return, should stop courting disaster just to hear an auditory hallucination of someone who'd chosen to leave her behind. But the need was overwhelming, a physical ache in her chest that demanded satisfaction. She needed to hear Edward's voice, needed that connection, that proof that some part of him still existed in her consciousness, even if he'd removed himself from her actual life. Needed it with an intensity that overrode survival instinct and common sense. Bella stepped closer to the edge, looking down at the water, feeling the wind pull at her jacket and hair. The height was dizzying, the distance to the water seeming to increase the longer she stared. But beneath the fear, she felt anticipation building, the familiar sensation that preceded Edward's voice manifesting. She jumped. The moment of freefall was pure terror and exhilaration combined, air rushing past her, gravity claiming her with absolute authority. And then Edward's voice was there, loud and desperate and furious. "Bella, no. What are you doing? Stop." But stopping wasn't an option. She was already falling, already committed to the descent, already beyond any possibility of changing her mind. The water rushed up to meet her, and Bella hit with an impact that drove all thought from her mind. The cold was immediate and shocking, the Pacific Ocean in June still carrying winter's chill. But worse than the cold was the current, powerful and unpredictable, pulling at her with force she hadn't anticipated. Bella tried to swim up, tried to find the surface, but the water had other plans. She was being pulled down and sideways, dragged by an undertow she hadn't known existed, tumbled like laundry in a washing machine, with no control over her orientation or direction. Her lungs began to burn, demanding air she couldn't provide. Panic starting to override the adrenaline high that had carried her off the cliff. Bella fought against the current, kicking desperately, trying to determine which direction was up. But the water was dark and disorienting. Her sense of direction completely scrambled, every movement seeming to pull her deeper rather than toward the surface she desperately needed to reach. Her lungs screamed for air. Her chest felt like it was being crushed from the inside. Black spots appeared at the edges of her vision, consciousness starting to fray as oxygen deprivation took its toll. This was how she died, Bella realized with strange clarity, drowning in the Pacific Ocean because she'd been too addicted to Edward's voice to make rational decisions. The irony wasn't lost on her, even as she felt herself losing the fight, felt her body beginning to give up, felt the terrible surrender that preceded drowning. Edward had left to protect her, and she was dying anyway, killed by her own desperate need to hold on to something that was already gone. Then there were hands on her, strong and impossibly warm, pulling her up with urgent force. Jacob, his strength far beyond what should have been possible, dragging her toward the surface with determination that wouldn't accept failure. Bella's head broke through into air, and she gasped desperately, coughing salt water, her body shaking with cold and oxygen deprivation. Jacob swam her to shore with powerful strokes, his body heat radiating through the frigid water, his presence solid and real in ways Edward's voice never could be. He dragged her onto the beach, his face pale beneath his brown skin, his eyes wide with fear and relief. "What were you thinking?" Jacob's voice was rough, shaking slightly. "Bella, you could have died. The currents are terrible today. Anyone could have told you that. What possessed you to jump alone in these conditions?" Bella couldn't answer, too busy coughing up seawater, too focused on the simple act of breathing to form coherent words. Her body trembled violently, hypothermia setting in despite Jacob's attempts to warm her with his own elevated body temperature. "We need to get you home," Jacob said, wrapping his arms around her, sharing his heat with desperate efficiency. "Get you into dry clothes. Make sure you're okay. Can you walk?" Bella nodded, though standing proved more difficult than she'd anticipated. Her legs felt weak, her coordination compromised by the near drowning and cold. Jacob supported her weight easily, half carrying her to his car, his concern manifesting in muttered commentary about recklessness and danger and what could have happened. The drive to Bella's house passed in a blur of shivering and confused sensations. Reality felt slippery, hard to grasp, the oxygen deprivation and hypothermia combining to make everything feel distant and dreamlike. Jacob kept talking, his voice a constant anchor, telling her to stay awake, to keep her eyes open, to focus on him. At her house, Jacob helped her inside, got her into warm clothes with clinical efficiency, wrapped her in blankets, and made her drink hot tea despite her protests. His hands shook slightly as he worked, the fear he'd experienced evident in every careful movement. "You scared the hell out of me," Jacob said quietly once Bella had stopped shivering quite so violently. "I was on patrol when I saw you jump, saw you go in and not come up. For a second I thought I was too late, thought I'd lost you." "I'm sorry," Bella said, the words inadequate but sincere. "I didn't know about the currents. I thought it would be safer than it was." "Why were you even there?" Jacob asked. Why were you alone at the cliffs when you know Victoria is still out there, still hunting you? What was so important that you'd risk your life like that? Bella wanted to tell him the truth, wanted to explain about Edward's voice and the addiction and the desperate need to hear that phantom protection. But the words wouldn't come. Shame and exhaustion combining to keep her silent. Jacob studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes seeing too much, understanding more than Bella wanted him to. This is about Edward, isn't it? About whatever hold he still has on you. You're chasing him somehow, trying to recreate something or feel something that you lost when he left. I don't want to talk about it, Bella said, the deflection automatic. We need to talk about it, Jacob insisted, his voice gentle but firm, because this is the second time I've watched you nearly get yourself killed doing something unnecessarily dangerous, and I'm starting to think it's not accidental, Bella. I'm starting to think you're hurting yourself on purpose, and I don't know how to help you if you won't tell me what's really going on. Bella felt tears start to fall, exhaustion and emotion overwhelming her careful control. I just wanted to hear his voice, she whispered. When I'm in danger, sometimes I hear Edward's voice warning me, protecting me. It's not real. I know it's not real, but it's all I have left of him. And I'm so desperate to hear it that I keep putting myself in danger, keep chasing that feeling even though I know it's wrong. Jacob was quiet for a long moment, processing this revelation, understanding clicking into place. You're using danger like a drug, he said slowly, risking your life to get a fix of something that isn't even real. Bella, that's not healthy. That's not coping. That's self-destruction with extra steps. I know, Bella said, the admission painful. I know it's wrong. I know I should stop. But I can't seem to make myself stop, because hearing his voice is the only thing that makes the emptiness bearable. Then we need to find you other ways to bear it, Jacob said firmly. Ways that don't involve nearly drowning or crashing motorcycles or whatever other dangerous things you've been doing. Because I care about you too much to watch you destroy yourself over someone who left you behind. The words hung between them, weighted with feelings Jacob had been carefully not stating directly. Bella heard the subtext clearly. Jacob was falling in love with her, probably had already fallen, and watching her chase Edward's ghost was causing him pain he was trying very hard to manage. I'm sorry, Bella said again, knowing the apology was insufficient. I never meant to drag you into this mess. You deserve better than watching me self-destruct. I don't want better, Jacob said quietly. I want you, happy and healthy and safe, and I'll keep pulling you out of the ocean or off crashed motorcycles or whatever else you need until you figure out how to do that for yourself. The declaration should have been romantic, should have been the kind of moment that led to revelations and relationship evolution. But Bella felt only guilt, only the awareness that she was taking Jacob's devotion and giving him nothing but worry and work in return. Before she could respond, before she could navigate the complicated emotions of the moment, Charlie's police cruiser pulled into the driveway. Bella heard car doors slamming, heard voices, Charlie's and someone else's, feminine and vaguely familiar. Jacob moved to the window, looking out, his expression shifting to surprise. There's someone with your dad, he said. Someone I don't recognize. Bella stood on shaking legs, joined Jacob at the window, and felt her world tilt sideways. Standing in her driveway, looking small and pixie-like and utterly impossible, was Alice Cullen, Edward's sister, who should have been hundreds of miles away with the rest of the Cullens, who had no reason to be in Forks, no explanation for her presence. Unless something had happened, unless Edward was in danger or hurt, the doorbell rang, and Bella rushed to answer it despite her still damp hair and Jacob's confused protests. She threw open the door to find Alice standing there, her golden eyes wide with concern and relief, her expression suggesting she'd been genuinely worried. "Bella," Alice breathed, and then she was pulling Bella into a hug, her marble arms cold and strong around Bella's still shivering frame. "Thank God. I saw you jump off that cliff, saw you go under the water. I thought you were dead." "You saw?" Bella repeated, her mind struggling to process Alice's presence, Alice's words, Alice being here at all. "You had a vision?" "Yes," Alice said, pulling back to examine Bella with critical eyes. "I saw you jump, saw you drown. The vision cut off before I saw you surface. I thought you'd killed yourself, Bella. I came as fast as I could, but I was too late. Or I thought I was too late. But you're here. You're alive. You're okay." "I didn't try to kill myself," Bella protested, aware of Charlie and Jacob both listening, both hearing this alarming conversation. "I was just cliff diving. It was stupid, and I nearly drowned, but it wasn't suicidal." Alice's expression suggested she didn't entirely believe this explanation, but she didn't argue. Instead, she turned to Jacob, who was standing in the doorway, radiating suspicion and protective hostility. "You pulled her out," Alice said, "and it wasn't a question. I couldn't see that part, couldn't see who saved her, but it was you." "Yeah," Jacob said, his voice flat. "I saved her, and you are Alice Cullen," Alice said, extending her hand with careful politeness. "Bella's friend from—" "I know who you are," Jacob interrupted, not taking the offered hand. "You're one of them, one of the cold ones, and you shouldn't be here." The tension in the air became immediately palpable. Supernatural creatures facing each other across Bella's doorway, ancient animosities surfacing despite modern civility. Charlie looked between them in confusion, clearly sensing something wrong but unable to identify what. "I'm here because I thought Bella was dead," Alice said, her voice remaining carefully neutral despite Jacob's hostility. "And now that I know she's alive, I need to talk to her, privately, if possible." "Bella's not in any condition for visitors," Jacob said, his protective instincts overriding diplomacy. "She nearly drowned an hour ago. She needs rest, not whatever you're here to tell her." "Jacob, it's okay," Bella intervened, aware that this confrontation could escalate quickly if she didn't diffuse it. "I want to talk to Alice. I need to talk to her. You should go home. Get dried off. Check in with the pack." Jacob looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Bella's expression made him nod reluctantly. "Fine, but I'm calling you later to make sure you're okay. And Bella, be careful. Remember what they are, what they can do." He left with obvious reluctance, casting suspicious glances at Alice as he walked to his car. Charlie watched the exchange with poorly concealed confusion, clearly sensing undercurrents he didn't understand. "Alice, it's good to see you," Charlie said with forced politeness, "though I'm a bit surprised. I thought the Cullens had moved away." "We did," Alice confirmed smoothly, "but I was in the area and thought I'd stop by to see Bella. I hope that's okay." "Of course," Charlie said, though his expression suggested it wasn't quite okay, that something about this situation bothered him. "I need to make some phone calls about Harry Clearwater anyway." "Bella, you'll be all right with Alice?" "I'll be fine, Dad," Bella assured him, desperate for privacy to talk to Alice about whatever had brought her back to Forks. Charlie retreated to his study, leaving Bella and Alice alone in the living room. They stared at each other for a long moment, months of absence and complicated feelings hanging between them. "Where is he?" Bella asked, the question immediate and desperate. "Where's Edward? Is he with you? Is he here?" And Alice's expression filled with sympathy that made Bella's stomach drop. "He's not here, Bella. He's in South America somewhere, I think. Or maybe Alaska. We've been scattered since we left Forks, each doing our own thing." "Then why are you here?" Bella asked, disappointment crushing her chest. "If Edward's not with you, why did you come back?" "Because I saw you die," Alice said quietly. "Or I thought I did. My visions showed you jumping off that cliff and going under the water. Everything went dark after that. I couldn't see you surface, couldn't see you survive, so I thought the worst had happened. And I couldn't just stay away knowing you might be dead." Bella sank onto the couch, processing this information. Alice had seen her near death, had cared enough to come check, despite Edward's decree that the Cullens leave no trace in Bella's life. It suggested that Edward's wishes weren't being universally followed, that the family wasn't as united in abandoning her as Edward had implied. "Does Edward know you're here?" Bella asked. "No," Alice admitted, "and I'd prefer to keep it that way. He made it very clear that we were supposed to stay away from you, let you live your human life without us interfering. But Bella, I couldn't just do nothing when I thought you were dead." They talked for hours, Alice explaining the months since the Cullens had left, Bella sharing carefully edited versions of what she'd been through. Alice wanted to know about Jacob, about the friend who'd pulled Bella from the ocean and who radiated supernatural presence that Alice couldn't quite identify. "He's Quileute," Alice said slowly, pieces clicking together, "and he's something else, something I can't see clearly in my visions." "Bella, what is he?" "He's my friend," Bella said, deflecting. "Someone who was there when I needed help." Alice studied her with ancient eyes that saw too much. "You're keeping secrets. About him, about what's been happening here. And I want to press, want to know everything. But I also know I don't have the right to demand answers. We left you, Bella. Edward left you. We don't get to waltz back in and demand explanations." The acknowledgement was unexpected and appreciated. Bella felt some of her defensiveness ease, replaced by the complicated fondness she'd always felt for Alice, despite everything. They spent the evening catching up. Alice's presence both comfort and pain, a reminder of what Bella had lost, but also proof that not everyone had wanted to abandon her completely. And as the night wore toward morning, as Alice prepared to leave, Bella allowed herself to ask the question that had been burning in her chest since Alice's arrival. "Will you tell him you saw me? Will you tell Edward that I'm okay?" Alice was quiet for a long moment, her expression troubled. "I don't know where he is to tell him, Bella. He's been distant, unreachable, moving constantly. It's like he's running from something, and I'm not sure even he knows what." The words settled over Bella with heavy finality. Edward wasn't just gone. He was running, fleeing, trying to escape something even vampiric speed couldn't outpace. And Bella understood with sad clarity that what he was running from was the memory of her, the love he'd tried to leave behind, the choice he'd made that was destroying him as surely as his leaving had destroyed her. They were both broken, both damaged by the decision Edward had made in that forest, and Bella had no idea how to fix it, how to make either of them whole again. Alice left before dawn, promising to stay in touch even though they both knew she probably wouldn't. that Edward's decree still carried weight even among family members who disagreed with it. Bella watched her drive away, feeling the absence settle back over her like a familiar weight. She'd nearly died tonight, had come within moments of drowning because she'd been chasing Edward's voice with reckless desperation. And the realization that had to follow was simple and terrible. She couldn't keep doing this, couldn't keep courting death in pursuit of ghosts, couldn't keep using danger as a drug to numb the pain of loss. Something had to change. Either she had to learn to actually heal, to survive without Edward's phantom presence, or she had to accept that she was slowly killing herself and make peace with that trajectory. The choice should have been obvious, should have been easy. But standing in her empty house as dawn broke over Forks, Bella wasn't sure which path she would ultimately choose. She just knew she couldn't keep walking the knife's edge forever. Eventually, she would fall. The only question was whether someone would be there to catch her when she did. Alice stayed through the night, her presence both comfort and complication in Bella's small room. They sat together in the darkness, Alice perched on the rocking chair with that perfect vampire stillness. Bella curled on her bed, wrapped in blankets that couldn't quite chase away the chill that had settled into her bones after the near drowning. They talked in whispers so Charlie wouldn't hear, catching up on months of absence, filling in gaps that Edward's leaving had created. Alice shared carefully edited stories about where the Cullens had gone back to their home in Alaska initially, then scattering to various locations, as the family struggled to maintain cohesion without the anchor of their established life in Forks. Carlisle and Esme are in New York, Alice said quietly. Carlisle's working at a hospital there, trying to establish new connections, build a new life. Rosalie and Emmett went to Europe for a while, but I think they're back in the States now. Jasper and I have been moving around, not really settling anywhere. And Edward? Bella asked, the question inevitable, even though she dreaded the answer. Alice's expression grew troubled, her golden eyes reflecting emotions Bella couldn't quite read. Edward's been difficult to track. He doesn't stay in one place long, doesn't really communicate with the family. I catch glimpses of him in my visions sometimes, but they're always unclear, always showing him moving, running, fleeing from something I can't identify. He's running from the memory of me, Bella said, understanding settling over her with sad certainty, from the choice he made, from what leaving did to both of us. Maybe, Alice admitted, but Bella, you need to understand something about Edward. When he makes a decision, when he commits to a path, he's absolutely stubborn about following through. He decided that leaving you was the right thing to do, the only way to keep you safe. And no matter how much it's destroying him, he won't let himself reconsider. That's not strength. It's a kind of self-punishment he's exceptionally good at. The words resonated with what Bella had observed during their relationship. Edward's tendency towards self-flagellation, his conviction that he was a monster who didn't deserve happiness. Leaving her had fit perfectly into that pattern, allowing him to perform noble sacrifice while simultaneously confirming his own unworthiness. Does he know you're here? Bella asked. Does he know you came back to check on me? No, Alice said firmly, and I'm not going to tell him. He made it very clear that we were supposed to leave no trace in your life, that you needed to move on without us. Finding out I came back would only cause problems, make him angry with me for disobeying his wishes. They talked until dawn began to lighten the sky. Alice's presence a bittersweet reminder of everything Bella had lost. Having Alice here made the absence of Edward more acute, more painful, like pressing on a bruise to confirm it still hurt. But it was also good to see her, to remember that not everyone in the Cullen family had wanted to abandon Bella completely. As morning approached, Charlie began stirring downstairs, his routine footsteps moving through the house. Alice stood with fluid grace, preparing to leave before Charlie could ask questions about why Edward's sister was spending the night in Bella's room. "I should go," Alice said quietly. "But Bella, I need to ask you something first. That boy, Jacob, the one who pulled you from the water, what is he?" Bella felt tension coil in her stomach, awareness that answering honestly would reveal secrets that weren't entirely hers to share. "He's Quileute," she said carefully, "and he's my friend, someone who was there when I needed help." "He's more than that," Alice pressed, her visions clearly showing her pieces she was trying to assemble into coherent understanding. "I can't see him clearly in my visions, Bella. He's like a blind spot, a blank space where someone should be. The only time I've experienced that before is with—" She stopped abruptly, realization dawning across her face. "The wolves, the Quileute legends about shapeshifters. They're real, aren't they? Jacob is one of them." Bella didn't confirm or deny, but her silence was answer enough. Alice stood very still for a long moment, processing implications, understanding shifting behind her eyes. "That's why Victoria hasn't been able to reach you," Alice said slowly. "The wolves are protecting you. That's why I couldn't see clearly what was happening here, why my visions of this area have been so fractured and incomplete. The shapeshifters block my sight. They're protecting me because Victoria has been hunting me," Bella said, deciding that if Alice already knew about the wolves, she deserved to know about the danger too. "James's mate. She wants revenge for what your family did to him. She's been trying to get to me for months, and the pack has been blocking her." Alice's expression shifted through several emotions: guilt, concern, determination. "Edward doesn't know about this, doesn't know Victoria is still hunting you. He thought leaving would remove the danger, would make you safe from our world. But instead he just removed the protection we were providing." "I know," Bella said, the acknowledgement bitter. "He left to protect me, and in leaving, he made me more vulnerable than I'd been with him here." They stood in uncomfortable silence, both processing the irony of Edward's choice, the way good intentions had created worse consequences. Finally, Alice moved toward the window, preparing to leave the way she'd arrived, without using the front door where Charlie might see her. "I'll stay in touch," Alice promised. "Even if Edward wouldn't approve, you're my friend, Bella, and I don't want to lose that just because my brother made a stupid decision." She was gone in an instant, disappearing into the early morning with vampire speed, leaving Bella alone with complicated feelings and the awareness that Alice's visit had changed something fundamental. The Cullens weren't as united in abandoning her as Edward had implied, and Edward himself was suffering, was running, was as damaged by his choice as Bella had been. The knowledge didn't heal the hole in her chest, but it shifted something, added context that made the pain slightly more bearable. Bella went downstairs to find Charlie making breakfast, his face showing the exhaustion of a night spent at the hospital and then sleeping poorly. He looked up when she entered, his expression shifting to concern. "How are you feeling?" Charlie asked. "Alice said you had a rough day yesterday. Something about cliff diving?" "I'm fine, Dad," Bella said, the lie automatic, just a little sore. "The diving was stupid. I misjudged the currents, but Jacob pulled me out before anything really bad happened." Charlie studied her with a police chief's perception, clearly sensing more to the story, but uncertain how to press for details. "Alice left early this morning. I saw her leaving through your window around 6. That's an unusual way to exit. She didn't want to wake you, Bella offered, the excuse weak, but the best she could manage on short notice. She was just visiting for the night, checking in. She's going back to wherever the Cullens are living now. Do you know where that is? Charlie asked, his tone casual but his interest obvious. He'd never liked Edward, had been relieved when the relationship ended, but he also understood that Alice's sudden reappearance might signal Edward's return. No, Bella said truthfully. Alice said they've scattered to different places. Edward's not with her, if that's what you're worried about. Relief crossed Charlie's face, quickly suppressed but visible. I'm not worried, exactly. Just cautious. You've been doing better lately. Seemed like you were healing. I don't want anything to set you back. The concern was touching and painful in equal measure. Charlie had watched her deteriorate after Edward left, had witnessed the zombie months, had threatened to send her to Jacksonville if she didn't improve. He was protective of her fragile recovery, wary of anything that might shatter it. I'm okay, Dad, Bella assured him. Alice's visit was actually good. Closure, kind of. A chance to say goodbye properly rather than just having everyone disappear. Charlie nodded, accepting this explanation, even though his expression suggested he remained skeptical. Well, if you need to talk about it, I'm here. I might not be good at the emotional stuff, but I can listen. The offer was awkward and sincere, so quintessentially Charlie, that Bella felt affection well up despite everything else she was feeling. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. She spent the morning in her room, processing Alice's visit, trying to understand what it meant and what came next. Alice had promised to stay in touch, but Bella understood enough about vampire family dynamics to know that promise might be difficult to keep if Edward discovered the contact. The Cullens functioned as a unit, and Edward's wishes carried significant weight even when others disagreed. Around noon, her phone rang. Jacob's name appeared on the screen, and Bella answered immediately, aware that she owed him explanations about Alice, about what he'd witnessed the previous night. Hey, Jacob said, his voice carrying concern and a hint of hostility that suggested he'd been thinking about Alice all night. How are you feeling? Any lingering effects from the near drowning? I'm fine, Bella said. Sore, but okay. Jacob, about last night, the vampire. Jacob interrupted, the word sharp with distaste. Your friend Alice, one of the Cullens who supposedly left months ago, want to explain what she was doing in your house? Bella took a breath, understanding that she needed to be honest with Jacob, that he deserved explanations given how much danger he'd been putting himself in to protect her. She had a vision of me jumping off the cliff, thought I died. She came back to check, to make sure I was okay. And you just let her stay? Jacob's voice rose with incredulity and anger. Bella, she's a vampire. One of them. The treaty exists for a reason. They're supposed to stay off our land, stay away from our people. Having her in your house, having her that close to you, it's dangerous. She's not dangerous to me, Bella protested. Alice would never hurt me. She was my friend before Edward left, and she still cares about me. That's why she came back. They're all dangerous, Jacob said flatly. It's their nature. They're predators, Bella. Just because they choose not to hunt humans doesn't change what they fundamentally are. And having them around puts you at risk, puts the whole town at risk. The prejudice in his voice was clear, the product of centuries of animosity between vampires and shapeshifters, of legends and old wars and tribal memories that predated Jacob by generations. Bella understood it intellectually, but couldn't quite accept it emotionally, not when it applied to people she'd known and cared about. Alice left, Bella said, trying to diffuse the tension. She's gone now, back to wherever the Cullens are living. She just wanted to make sure I was okay. That's all. Jacob was quiet for a long moment, clearly struggling with his reaction, trying to separate his personal feelings for Bella from his instinctive hostility toward vampires. Did she say anything about Edward? About where he is or if he's coming back? He's not coming back, Bella said, the words heavy with certainty. Alice said he's been moving around constantly, running from something. He doesn't even really communicate with his family anymore. He's committed to staying away, to leaving me behind. Good, Jacob said, the word immediate and harsh. That's good, Bella. You're better off without him, without any of them. You've been healing, been getting stronger. The last thing you need is for him to come back and drag you down again. The assessment was brutal in its honesty, reflecting truths Bella had been avoiding. She had been getting stronger, had been healing in fragile ways. And Edward's return would complicate that healing, would reopen wounds that had barely begun to close. But she also couldn't quite agree with Jacob's assessment that Edward's absence was unequivocally good. The hole in her chest remained vast and consuming, a constant reminder of what she'd lost, what had been taken from her without her consent. They talked for a few more minutes, Jacob's concern gradually overcoming his anger about Alice's visit. He made Bella promise to call if any more Cullens showed up, made her swear she'd stay away from the cliffs and other dangerous activities, extracted commitments about safety that Bella agreed to, even as she wondered if she could keep them. After the call ended, Bella lay on her bed staring at the ceiling, trying to process everything that had happened in the past 24 hours. She'd nearly died cliff diving, had been saved by Jacob, had been visited by Alice, had learned that Edward was as damaged by his leaving as she was. The revelations should have brought clarity, should have helped her understand what came next. But instead, they just added more complications to an already impossible situation. Her phone rang again in the early afternoon. Alice's number, calling from wherever she'd gone after leaving Bella's house. Bella answered immediately, surprised Alice was calling so soon after leaving. Bella. Alice's voice was tight with urgency. I need to tell you something. Something I saw. I tried to call you earlier, but the vision kept shifting, changing. But now it's clear, and you need to know. What is it? Bella asked, anxiety immediate. What did you see? I saw Edward, Alice said, her words tumbling out quickly. At least, I think I saw Edward. The vision was brief, but he was making a decision, a terrible decision. I saw him going to the Volturi. Bella's stomach dropped, memory surfacing of conversations about the Volturi, about vampire royalty in Italy, who enforced the few laws their kind maintained. Edward had spoken of them rarely, but always with a mixture of respect and fear, acknowledging their power and their absolute authority. Why would he go to the Volturi? Bella asked, though part of her already understood, dread settling into her bones. Because he thinks you're dead, Alice said, her voice breaking slightly. My vision of you cliff diving, of you going under the water. Edward must have seen it somehow, must have checked in with me or sensed something. He thinks you killed yourself, Bella, and he's going to the Volturi to die. The words took several seconds to fully process, reality rearranging itself around this new, terrible information. Edward thought she was dead, thought she'd killed herself, and his response to that belief was to seek his own death through the only means available to him, forcing the Volturi to execute him for breaking their laws. How? Bella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. How would he force them to execute him? By revealing himself, Alice said grimly. By walking into sunlight in a public place. By showing humans what he is. The Volturi don't tolerate exposure. They would kill him immediately to protect the secret of vampire existence. Bella felt the room tilt, felt her carefully maintained equilibrium shatter completely. Edward was going to die, was planning his own execution because he believed she was dead. And it was her fault, her stupid, reckless decision to cliff dive, her near death that had triggered this chain of terrible events. We have to stop him, Bella said, urgency overriding everything else. Alice, we have to get to him before he does something irreversible. I know, Alice said. That's why I'm calling. I'm in Seattle right now, about to board a flight to Italy. But Bella, I need you to come with me. My visions are unclear about whether we'll reach him in time. The future keeps shifting, changing based on decisions Edward hasn't made yet. But I think he'll listen to you if he sees you alive, sees that you didn't kill yourself. It might be enough to stop him. I'll come, Bella said immediately. No hesitation despite the impossibility of what Alice was asking. Drop everything, fly to Italy, race against time to stop a vampire from committing suicide. It should have seemed insane, but compared to the alternative, letting Edward die believing she was dead, it was the only possible choice. You need to get to Seattle, Alice instructed. There's a flight at 7:15 tonight. I'm booking you a ticket right now. Can you make it? Bella looked at the clock. It was past 2 in the afternoon. Seattle was 3 hours away if she drove fast, and she'd need to pack, come up with an excuse for Charlie, coordinate a dozen details in very limited time. I'll make it, Bella said, determination overriding practical concerns. I'll be there. Good, Alice said, relief evident in her voice. I'll meet you at the airport. And Bella, don't tell anyone where you're going. Not your father, not Jacob, not anyone. If the wolves find out you're going to Italy to save Edward, they'll try to stop you. The treaty, the animosity between our kinds, it would create complications we don't have time for. The instruction to lie to Charlie and Jacob sat uncomfortably in Bella's chest, adding guilt to the anxiety already consuming her. But Alice was right. Jacob would absolutely try to stop her, would see this as choosing Edward over her own safety, over everything Jacob had done to protect her. And Charlie would never approve, would see it as exactly the kind of backsliding he'd been afraid of. After the call ended, Bella moved into action with focused efficiency. She threw clothes into a bag without really registering what she was packing, grabbed her passport from where it lived in her desk drawer, counted the money she had available, and realized it was probably insufficient, but would have to work. The hardest part was calling Jacob. Bella knew she needed to tell him something, needed to explain her sudden absence without revealing the truth. The lie formed as she dialed, a construction of half-truths designed to explain without explaining. Jacob, Bella said when he answered. I need to tell you something, my mom called. She's sick, needs me to come to Jacksonville for a few days. I'm leaving tonight. The silence on the other end stretched long enough that Bella wondered if Jacob had seen through the deception. When he spoke, his voice was carefully neutral. Your mom is sick, and you're leaving tonight. Suddenly, without warning. It came up quickly, Bella said, hating the taste of lies. She didn't want to worry me, tried to handle it herself, but it's gotten worse and she needs me there. This doesn't have anything to do with Alice's visit? Jacob asked. suspicion clear in his tone. With whatever she told you last night? No, Bella lied. This is completely separate. Just bad timing. Jacob was quiet again, and Bella could practically hear him processing, trying to decide whether to challenge her story or accept it at face value. How long will you be gone? I don't know, Bella admitted. A few days, maybe. It depends on how sick she is, what kind of help she needs. And Charlie's okay with you leaving right before graduation, right when Victoria is still out there hunting you. Charlie's okay with it, Bella said, adding another lie to the growing pile. And I'll be safe in Jacksonville. Victoria's here, not in Florida. Right, Jacob said, his tone suggesting he didn't quite believe any of this, but was choosing not to press further. Well, be safe. Call me when you get there so I know you arrived okay. I will, Bella promised, knowing it was another lie, knowing she had no intention of calling from Italy to maintain this fiction. After hanging up, Bella felt guilt settle like a weight on her chest. She was lying to everyone, betraying trust, making choices that would have consequences she couldn't fully predict. But the alternative, letting Edward die, was unthinkable. Whatever damage her lying caused, whatever fallout came from these choices, dealing with it would have to wait until after she'd stopped Edward from his planned execution. Charlie was harder to deceive. He arrived home from work to find Bella packing, her story about Renee being sick already prepared and rehearsed. Charlie listened with immediate concern, his paternal instincts engaging around his ex-wife's welfare. How sick is she? Charlie asked. Does she need to be in the hospital? Should I call her? She's okay, Bella said, trying to project calm she didn't feel. Just a bad flu that's lingered too long. She needs someone there to help, to make sure she's eating and resting properly. Phil's away for games and can't be there. Charlie frowned, clearly wanting to press for more details, but also respecting Bella's desire to help her mother. You'll miss school. Graduation is in less than 2 weeks. I'll be back before graduation, Bella promised, hoping it was true, hoping that stopping Edward wouldn't take longer than the few days she was claiming. This is just a quick trip, Dad. In and out. Charlie reluctantly agreed, driving Bella to the airport himself, despite her protests that she could drive and leave her truck there. The drive to Seattle was tense. Charlie asking questions Bella had to deflect or answer with careful lies, building a fiction that made her stomach hurt with its dishonesty. At the airport, Charlie hugged her tightly, his concern evident. Call me when you land. Let me know how Renee is doing. And Bella, be careful. I know you want to help your mum, but don't forget to take care of yourself too. I will, Dad, Bella said, the guilt intensifying. I love you. She watched Charlie drive away, feeling like the worst daughter in the world, then turned toward the terminal, where Alice waited with tickets and urgency. The flight to Italy was long and tense, Alice's visions shifting constantly, showing futures that flickered and changed as Edward made and unmade decisions about his own death. Bella sat rigid in her seat, unable to eat the airline food, unable to sleep despite exhaustion, her mind racing through scenarios and outcomes, and desperate hopes that they would reach Edward in time. Tell me about the Volturi, Bella said quietly, needing information, needing to understand what they were flying toward. Alice's expression grew serious. They're ancient. Aro, Caius, and Marcus have ruled the vampire world for over 3,000 years. They enforce the few laws we have. Don't expose yourself to humans. Don't create immortal children. Don't threaten the secrecy that protects our existence. Break those laws, and the Volturi will kill you, quickly and without mercy. And Edward plans to break the law by revealing himself in sunlight, Bella said, understanding the strategy, forcing them to execute him. Yes, Alice confirmed. He's going to Volterra, to the city where the Volturi live. There's a festival today, Street, Marcus Day, celebrating the legend of a vampire's supposed driving out centuries ago. The city will be full of people, witnesses everywhere. Perfect conditions for Edward to reveal what he is. How much time do we have? Bella asked, anxiety climbing as the implications became clear. I don't know, Alice admitted, her visions clearly frustrating her with their shifting nature. The festival peaks at noon. If Edward waits until then, we might have time. But if he decides to act earlier, if he gets impatient. She trailed off, leaving the terrible possibility unspoken. Bella spent the rest of the flight in tense silence, watching clouds pass beneath the plane, willing the aircraft to fly faster, counting hours until they would land in Florence and drive to Volterra. Every minute felt eternal, every delay agonizing. They landed in Florence in late morning Italian time, Alice immediately commandeering a car with the kind of casual assumption of access that vampires seem to possess. She drove with inhuman speed toward Volterra, breaking every traffic law, pushing the vehicle to its limits. I see him, Alice said suddenly, her eyes distant with visions. He's in Volterra. He's waiting for noon, waiting for the sun to be at its highest point, waiting for maximum exposure, maximum witnesses. Can we make it? Bella asked, checking the time on her phone. They had less than an hour. Maybe, Alice said, pressing harder on the accelerator. If we're very lucky and if traffic cooperates and if nothing else goes wrong. It's going to be close, Bella. Very close. The approach to Volterra was complicated by crowds, by people flooding toward the city for the festival, by barricades and closed roads, forcing Alice to navigate alternative routes. She abandoned the car eventually, deciding they would make better time on foot, and they ran through streets crowded with celebrants dressed in red robes, all heading toward the city center. Alice moved with vampire speed, forcing Bella to sprint to keep up, her human limitations making her the weak link in this desperate race. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she pushed harder, knowing that Edward's life depended on her ability to reach him in time. Where is he? Bella gasped, following Alice through narrow streets, around corners, dodging tourists and locals caught up in festival celebration. The palace, Alice said, her voice tight. The Volturi Palace, in the city center. He's in the shadows just outside, preparing to step into the light when the clock strikes noon. They burst into the plaza as the clock tower began its noon chime. The square was packed with people, all wearing red robes, all celebrating with music and laughter and festival energy. And there, at the edge of the square, half hidden in shadow, Bella saw him. Edward stood at the threshold between darkness and light, his beautiful face set with resignation and determination. He was preparing to step forward, to reveal himself to the crowd, to force the Volturi's hand through public exposure. In seconds, he would move. In seconds, it would be too late. Bella didn't think, didn't plan, just ran, pushing through the crowd with desperate strength, forcing her way toward Edward with single-minded intensity. People protested, complained, but she ignored them all, focused entirely on reaching Edward before he could take that fatal step. "Edward!" Bella screamed, her voice lost in the festival noise but carrying enough to make him hesitate, to make him pause on the threshold. He turned, his golden eyes finding hers across the square. shock and disbelief and desperate hope all flickering across his face in rapid succession. For a moment, he seemed frozen, unable to process what he was seeing, unable to reconcile Bella's presence with his certainty of her death. Then Bella was there, throwing herself into his arms, her warm body colliding with his cold marble frame with enough force to make him stumble backward into shadow, away from the light, away from exposure, away from the death he'd been planning. "You're alive," Edward breathed, his cold hands framing her face, his eyes searching hers as if expecting her to disappear. "You're alive. Alice's vision, I saw you jump, saw you go under. I thought you were dead." "I'm not dead," Bella said, tears streaming down her face, relief and terror and overwhelming emotion all crushing her chest at once. "I'm here. I'm alive. Edward, I'm alive." He pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her with desperate strength, his face buried in her hair, and Bella felt the hole in her chest, the vast emptiness that had lived there since September, suddenly fill with his presence, his reality, the proof that he existed and she existed, and they were together again despite everything. But the moment of reunion was short-lived. Bella felt Edward tense, felt his arms tighten around her protectively, and looked up to see why. Two figures had emerged from the palazzo shadows, moving toward them with predatory grace. They were beautiful in that particular vampire way, their features too perfect to be human, their movements too fluid to be natural. "Edward Cullen," one of them said, his voice carrying an Italian accent. "The Volturi request your presence, and your companions as well. Please, come with us. It would be unfortunate if this became unpleasant." Edward's expression shifted to something like despair, understanding settling over him with terrible weight. He'd failed to die on his own terms, and now the Volturi were involved regardless. And Bella, in saving him, had placed herself directly in the path of the most dangerous vampires in existence. They'd stopped Edward from dying, but they'd walked straight into a different kind of danger, one that might kill them both anyway. The Volturi guards led them into the palazzo with a courtesy that felt more threatening than hospitality. Edward kept Bella close, his cold hand gripping hers with careful intensity, his body positioned protectively between her and the guards who flanked them on either side. Alice followed behind, her face set with the careful neutrality she wore when her visions showed futures she didn't want to reveal. The palazzo was ancient, its stone walls holding centuries of vampire history, its architecture a testament to power that had endured through ages when empires rose and fell around it. They descended through corridors that grew progressively darker, moving away from the sunlit festival above toward depths where natural light never reached. Bella's human eyes struggled to adjust, but Edward guided her with unwavering certainty, his vampire sight unimpaired by the darkness. The air grew colder as they descended, carrying scents of stone and age, and something else, something that made Bella's instincts scream warnings her conscious mind struggled to articulate. The guards remained silent throughout the journey, their movements fluid and synchronized, their presence radiating the kind of casual menace that came from absolute confidence in their own superiority. These were not vampires who performed careful humanity like the Cullens. These were predators who had no need to hide what they were, who existed in a space where their nature was acknowledged and their power absolute. They reached a massive wooden door, ornately carved with symbols Bella didn't recognize, and one of the guards pushed it open with minimal effort despite its obvious weight. Beyond lay a throne room that seemed to exist outside normal space and time, a chamber so vast and so ancient that Bella felt the weight of centuries pressing down on her mortal consciousness. 3 thrones dominated the far end of the room, positioned on a raised dais that elevated their occupants above all others who entered this space. The thrones were occupied by figures whose stillness made even Edward's careful immobility seem animated by comparison. These vampires had perfected the art of absolute motionlessness, their bodies more like marble statues than anything that had ever lived. The center throne held a vampire whose appearance suggested both youth and impossible age, his features beautiful in that particular vampire way, but his eyes holding knowledge that predated modern civilization. His black hair fell in waves around his face, his pale skin luminous even in the throne room's dim lighting. This was Aro. Bella understood instinctively, the leader of the Volturi, the ancient power who had ruled vampire society for millennia. To his right sat a vampire whose face held nothing but boredom and contempt. His white hair stark against his pale skin, his expression suggesting he found everything and everyone beneath his notice. Caius, whose cruelty was legendary even among vampires, whose enjoyment of violence was tempered only by his commitment to maintaining vampire secrecy. The left throne held Marcus, whose face bore such profound sadness that Bella felt it like a physical weight. His eyes were distant, unfocused, as if he was looking at something far beyond this room, beyond this moment, into some internal landscape of loss that consumed his attention more completely than external reality ever could. Around the throne stood other vampires, clearly members of the Volturi Guard, their positions suggesting both protection and readiness to act on their master's commands. Bella recognized some of them from Edward's descriptions. Jane, tiny and angelic looking, whose gift could cause pain beyond imagining. Alec, Jane's twin, whose power could steal all sensation, leaving victims trapped in sensory deprivation. Felix, massive and powerful, whose physical strength exceeded even Emmett's considerable capabilities. Demetri, the tracker who could find anyone anywhere once he'd encountered them. This was power beyond anything Bella had witnessed before. The Cullens were strong, were dangerous, were capable of incredible things. But compared to the assembled force in this throne room, they were children playing at power, while the adults watched with amused tolerance. Edward, Aro's voice filled the chamber, musical and ancient, carrying undertones of genuine pleasure. How delightful to see you again, and you've brought companions. Alice, looking lovely as always, and this must be the human. Isabella. Yes? How fascinating. Edward's hand tightened on Bella's, a warning and a comfort simultaneously. Aro, I apologize for the disturbance. I was under a misapprehension, believed something that wasn't true. I'll leave immediately and cause no further problems. Oh, but Edward, you've already caused problems, Aro said, his tone remaining pleasant despite the word's implications. You came to Volterra planning to reveal yourself, planning to force our hand through public exposure. That's not something we can simply overlook, even if your plans were interrupted. I didn't reveal myself, Edward said carefully. Nothing happened. The humans saw nothing unusual. There's no exposure to address. True, Aro acknowledged. But intent matters, Edward. You came here planning to break our most fundamental law, and now you stand before us with a human companion who clearly knows what you are, what we are. That represents its own violation, does it not? The attention of the room shifted to Bella, dozens of ancient predators focusing on her with varying degrees of interest and hunger. Bella felt the weight of their regard like a physical pressure. felt her instincts screaming at her to run, even though she understood that running would be both futile and fatal. "She knows about vampires," Edward admitted, his voice steady despite the tension radiating from his frame. "But she's proven trustworthy. She's kept our secret, hasn't revealed what she knows to anyone who would cause problems, and she's with me now, under my protection." "Your protection?" Caius spoke for the first time, his voice dripping with disdain. "How noble. But Edward, you know our laws as well as anyone. Humans who know about us represent a security risk. They must either be turned or killed. Those are the only options we permit." Bella felt cold dread settle into her stomach, understanding crystallizing around what Caius was saying. The Volturi didn't allow humans to know about vampires and remain human. She'd gained forbidden knowledge, had crossed a line that the vampire world's rulers considered absolute, and now she would either be transformed into a vampire herself or be executed to protect the secret she carried. "She will be turned," Alice said suddenly, stepping forward with confidence that suggested she was seeing futures rather than merely hoping. "I've seen it in my visions. Bella will become one of us. Not today, but soon. The transformation is already decided." Arrow's expression shifted to keen interest, his eyes fixing on Alice with the focus of someone who had encountered something genuinely novel. "How intriguing. Alice, my dear, would you allow me to see these visions? I would very much like to witness what you've seen of this human's future." Alice hesitated, clearly understanding that Arrow's request was not actually a request but a command disguised as courtesy. She moved forward slowly, extending her hand with obvious reluctance. Arrow took it with gentle eagerness, his eyes losing focus as he accessed Alice's memories and visions through his gift of reading every thought someone had ever had with a single touch. The silence in the throne room was absolute as Arrow explored Alice's consciousness, his face shifting through subtle expressions as he witnessed whatever futures Alice had seen. Finally, he released her hand, his smile widening with what looked like genuine delight. "Fascinating," Arrow breathed. "Absolutely fascinating. You have a remarkable gift, Alice. The clarity of your visions, the detail, the breadth of possibilities you can perceive. It's extraordinary. And yes, I see that young Isabella does indeed become one of us. How delightful." He turned his attention back to Bella, his ancient eyes studying her with new intensity. "But there's something else interesting about you, isn't there, Isabella? Something Alice's visions showed me that I must verify for myself. Would you be so kind as to approach?" Edward made a sound of protest, his body tensing to prevent Bella from moving forward. But Bella understood that refusing Arrow's request would only create worse problems. She squeezed Edward's hand, then stepped forward alone, moving toward the ancient vampire with more bravery than she actually felt. Arrow descended from his throne with fluid grace, meeting her halfway, extending his hand with the same gentle courtesy he'd shown Alice. "Your hand, please, Isabella. I promise this won't hurt." Bella placed her hand in his, feeling the papery texture of his skin, the coldness that exceeded even Edward's marble chill. Arrow's eyes lost focus as he reached for her thoughts, his gift engaging, trying to read the contents of her mind, and finding nothing. Arrow's expression shifted from concentration to confusion to delighted astonishment. He released Bella's hand, stepped back, then immediately reached for it again, trying a second time to access thoughts that remained completely closed to him. "Extraordinary," Arrow whispered, releasing her hand again and circling her like she was a puzzle he was trying to solve. "I can't read you at all. Your mind is completely silent to me. Edward, you said you couldn't read her thoughts either. That's correct, Edward confirmed, his voice tight with the tension of watching Aro examine Bella like a curiosity. She's immune to my gift. I've never been able to access her thoughts. A natural shield, Aro mused, his excitement palpable. How remarkable. It's extremely rare to find humans with psychic gifts that manifest before transformation. But you, Isabella, you have a shield protecting your mind from mental intrusion. And if you're this strong as a human, imagine how powerful you'll be as one of us. He turned back to his brothers, his expression bright with something between scientific interest and possessive desire. Brothers, what do you think? This human possesses a gift we've rarely encountered, and Alice's visions confirm she'll be transformed. Perhaps we should ensure that transformation happens under our guidance. Young Isabella would make a fine addition to our guard. Bella felt ice settle into her veins. Understanding the implication, Aro wanted to keep her here, wanted to transform her himself, wanted to add her to the collection of gifted vampires he'd assembled over millennia. She would become another weapon in the Volturi's arsenal, another tool they could deploy to maintain their power. No, Edward said, the word flat and absolute. Bella will be transformed by her own family, among people who care about her. She's not joining the Volturi Guard. That's not really your decision to make, Edward, Caius said, his tone suggesting he was enjoying Edward's distress. The girl knows our secrets. Under our law, that means we decide her fate, and if Aro wants her in the Guard, she joins the Guard, unless you'd prefer we simply execute her and be done with it. The threat hung in the air, clear and brutal. Bella could join the Volturi, could submit to their control, could become another of Aro's collected gifts, or she could die here, killed to protect the secret she carried. Those were the options, and refusing both would result in Edward's death along with her own. There's another option, Alice said quickly, her visions clearly showing her something, some path forward that avoided the worst outcomes. Let us go. Let us return to our family, and we'll ensure Bella is transformed within a specific time frame. Give us a deadline, and we'll meet it. You'll have proof that she's no longer human, no longer a security risk. Aro considered this proposal, his ancient mind clearly working through implications and possibilities. A deadline. Yes, that could work. But how do we ensure compliance? What's to stop you from simply disappearing, from taking young Isabella somewhere we can't reach her? Dimitri, Alice said simply, your tracker. He's already encountered Bella. He can find her anywhere now, can verify that she's been transformed. If we fail to meet the deadline, if we try to run, he'll know. And you can send the Guard to enforce the law. The logic was sound. Bella understood, even as it felt like a trap closing around her future. Alice was buying them time, was getting them out of Volterra alive, but at the cost of committing Bella to transformation, whether she was ready or not. The choice that had seemed distant, something she could consider and decide about on her own timeline, had just become an ultimatum, with a deadline enforced by the most powerful vampires in existence. Aro smiled, clearly pleased with Alice's suggestion. Very well. I'll give you until the end of the year, December 31st, 2006. By that date, Isabella must be transformed. Dimitri will verify the change, will confirm that she's no longer human, failed to meet this deadline, and will come for all of you. Edward, Alice, Bella, and any other Cullens who aided in hiding her. Do we have an agreement? We have an agreement, Alice said, before Edward could protest, her visions clearly showing this was the best outcome they could hope for. Aro turned back to Bella, his expression fond in a way that felt deeply unsettling coming from someone so ancient and powerful. "I look forward to meeting you again, Isabella, as one of us. I suspect you'll be magnificent when you're transformed. A shame we won't have you in the guard, but perhaps Carlisle's family will share you with us occasionally. Your gift would be most useful in certain situations." He gestured to the guards, indicating the audience was over. "See them out. And Edward, do try to avoid any more dramatic plans to end your existence. You're far too interesting to lose to something as tedious as suicide." The guards escorted them back through the palazzo, up through the corridors, back toward the festival sunlight and the world above. None of them spoke until they were outside the city walls, walking through crowds of tourists and locals who had no idea what had just transpired beneath their feet. "December 31st, Edward said finally, his voice rough with emotion. "They've given us less than 7 months to transform you, Bella. Less than 7 months before the Volturi come to enforce their law. We'll make it work," Alice said, her tone suggesting she was seeing futures already, planning paths forward. "We'll go home, talk to Carlisle and the family, figure out the logistics. But Edward, Bella needs to understand what she's agreeing to, what transformation means, what she'll be giving up." "I know what I'm giving up," Bella said quietly, though she wasn't sure that was entirely true. She knew the basics: her humanity, her mortality, her ability to have children or age or experience life as a human. But understanding intellectually and truly comprehending emotionally were different things. They found a hotel where Alice had apparently booked rooms, a small establishment that seemed designed for tourists visiting Volterra's medieval architecture rather than its underground vampire government. Edward and Alice didn't need rooms, didn't need sleep, but Bella desperately needed both after the intensity of the day. In the room, alone with Edward for the first time since the plaza reunion, Bella finally allowed herself to feel the enormity of what had happened. She'd saved Edward from his planned suicide, had flown to Italy on desperate hope and Alice's visions, had stood before the Volturi and survived, had committed to becoming a vampire by the end of the year. It should have felt triumphant, should have felt like victory, but instead, it felt like the closing of doors, the narrowing of possibilities, the transformation of choice into inevitability. Edward sat beside her on the bed, his cold hand finding hers, his expression holding more emotion than she'd seen from him since the day he'd left her in the forest. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, "for everything, for leaving you, for lying to you about not loving you, for believing Alice's vision meant you were dead and planning to die myself. I've made so many mistakes, Bella, and you keep paying the price for them." "You thought I was dead," Bella said, understanding settling over her. "That's why you were going to the Volturi. You thought I'd killed myself. Alice's vision showed you jumping off that cliff, showed you going under the water and not surfacing," Edward explained, his voice rough with the memory. "I checked in with her, saw what she'd seen, and I thought you'd taken your own life because I left you, that you couldn't handle the pain of my absence, and the guilt of that, the knowledge that my leaving had destroyed you. It was unbearable. I couldn't survive in a world where you didn't exist because of choices I'd made." Bella felt tears start to fall, understanding the terrible symmetry of what had almost happened. She'd been chasing his voice through danger, risking her life to hear his phantom protection, and he'd been planning to die believing she'd killed herself because he left. They'd both been destroying themselves, both been unable to survive the separation Edward had chosen. I wasn't trying to kill myself, Bella said. I was cliff diving. It was stupid and reckless, but it wasn't suicidal. Jacob pulled me out before I drowned. I was never planning to die. But you were doing dangerous things, Edward said, his eyes seeing too much. Alice told me, the motorcycles, the reckless behavior, the constant risk-taking. You were hurting yourself, Bella. Maybe not intentionally ending your life, but not really trying to preserve it either. The accusation was accurate enough that Bella couldn't quite deny it. She had been hurting herself, had been using danger as a coping mechanism, had been more focused on hearing Edward's voice than on actually staying safe. It wasn't quite suicidal, but it wasn't exactly life-affirming either. I was trying to survive, Bella said quietly, trying to find ways to make the emptiness bearable, and hearing your voice when I was in danger, it helped. It was all I had left of you. Edward pulled her close, his marble arms wrapping around her with desperate intensity. I'm so sorry for leaving, for lying about not loving you, for thinking I could protect you by removing myself from your life. All I did was make everything worse, make you vulnerable to Victoria, make you so desperate you were risking your life just to hear hallucinations of my voice. They sat in silence for a long moment, processing the damage they'd done to each other through Edward's choices and Bella's coping mechanisms. The reunion should have been joyful, should have felt like coming home, but instead, it felt complicated and painful, weighted with understanding of how broken they both were. What happens now? Bella asked finally. We go back to Forks and pretend everything's fine until the Volturi's deadline? Figure out how to transform me before December? We go back and deal with reality, Edward said, which includes facing your father's anger at your disappearing to Italy, Jacob's fury at you choosing me over the wolves, and my family's complicated feelings about all of this. And yes, we figure out transformation logistics. When, where, who will do it, how we'll handle the aftermath. Will you do it? Bella asked. Will you be the one to transform me? Edward was silent for a long moment, his expression troubled. I don't know if I can, Bella. Biting you with the intention of changing you rather than killing you, it requires control. I'm not certain I possess. The thirst for your blood specifically is so strong, has always been so strong. What if I start and can't stop? What if I kill you instead of transforming you? Then someone else will do it, Bella said, understanding his fear even as she felt disappointed he wasn't willing to be the one. Carlyle, maybe. He has centuries of control, has resisted human blood longer than anyone. If you can't do it, he will. Carlyle will have opinions about this, Edward said, a hint of humor entering his voice despite the serious conversation. About the Volturi forcing transformation, about the deadline, about all of it. He believes in choice, in allowing people to decide their own fates. This situation violates every principle he holds about making new vampires. But it's happening anyway, Bella said. Whether he approves or not, whether any of us are ready or not. The Volturi have spoken, and their word is absolute. So we adapt, we figure it out, we make it work. Edward kissed her forehead, his cold lips gentle against her skin. You're remarkable, you know that. Facing the Volturi without flinching, accepting transformation with this kind of calm, surviving everything I put you through and still being here. You're stronger than I ever gave you credit for. I had to be strong, Bella said quietly. You left me, Edward. You walked away and told me you didn't want me. I had to learn to survive without you. And survival makes you strong, whether you want to be or not. The flight home was quieter than the flight to Italy. Exhaustion and emotional processing making conversation difficult. Alice dozed in her seat, despite not needing sleep, giving Edward and Bella privacy to sit together in companionable silence. Hands linked, both processing what came next. They landed in Seattle in early morning, the time difference turning the day inside out. Edward drove Bella home while Alice headed to wherever the Cullens were currently gathering, presumably to inform the family about the Volturi's ultimatum and the transformation deadline. At Bella's house, Charlie's police cruiser sat in the driveway, suggesting he was home despite the early hour. Bella felt dread settle into her stomach, knowing she would have to face his questions. His anger at her lying about Renee, his concern about where she'd actually been. "Do you want me to come in with you?" Edward asked. "Face Charlie together?" "No," Bella said, understanding that Edward's presence would only make things worse. "I need to deal with this myself, face the consequences of my choices." She entered the house to find Charlie waiting in the kitchen, his face showing exhaustion and anger in equal measure. He looked at her with the expression of a parent who'd been terrified and was now channeling that fear into fury. "Where were you?" Charlie asked, his voice tight with controlled emotion. "And don't tell me Jacksonville, because I called Renee to check on her, and she said she was fine, hadn't been sick, had no idea what I was talking about. So I'll ask again, where were you, Bella?" "Italy," Bella admitted, understanding that more lies would only make things worse. "I went to Italy with Alice Cullen. Edward was there, and he was in trouble, and I had to help him." Charlie's face went through several expressions: confusion, anger, resignation, before settling on a kind of exhausted disappointment that hurt worse than anger would have. "Edward, of course. I should have known. The moment Alice showed up, I should have realized Edward would be involved somehow." "Dad, I'm sorry I lied," Bella said, meaning it. "But if I'd told you the truth, you wouldn't have let me go, and I had to go. Edward was planning to, he needed help, and I was the only one who could help him. So you lied to me, flew to Italy without permission, and risked who knows what to help the boy who broke your heart and left you a zombie for months," Charlie summarized, his voice bitter. "That's what you're telling me?" "Yes," Bella said simply, because there was no point in denying any of it. Charlie was quiet for a long moment, studying her with police chief perception that saw more than Bella wanted to reveal. "Is he back? Is Edward back in Forks?" "Yes," Bella admitted. "And you're back together with him? After everything?" "Yes," Charlie sighed deeply, the sound carrying months of worry and frustration and parental helplessness. "I can't stop you, can I? Can't forbid you from seeing him. Can't protect you from making what I think is a terrible mistake. You're 18, legally an adult. You make your own choices now." "I'm sorry, Dad," Bella said again, knowing the apology was insufficient. "Me too," Charlie said quietly. "I'm sorry you're choosing someone who hurt you so badly. I'm sorry you lied to me. And I'm sorry that apparently nothing I say or do will change your mind about any of this." He left for work shortly after, the conversation unfinished but as resolved as it was going to get. Bella understood she'd damaged their relationship, had broken trust in ways that would take time to repair. But she'd made her choice, had chosen Edward over her father's approval, and now she would live with the consequences. Jacob was next. He appeared at her house that afternoon, his face showing the same mixture of anger and hurt that Charlie's had, his body radiating heat and tension. "Italy," Jacob said without preamble. "You went to Italy to save Edward. Lied to me about your mum being sick. Lied to everyone. Risked your life to save a vampire who abandoned you." "Yes," Bella said, refusing to apologize for choices she'd make again, despite their consequences. "And now he's back. The Cullens are back. And you're choosing them over me, over the pack, over everyone who was actually there when you needed help." "It's not about choosing," Bella protested. "Jacob, you're my best friend. What we have is important to me. But Edward left you," Jacob interrupted, his voice rising with emotion he was struggling to control. "He walked away, told you he didn't love you, left you so broken you were barely functioning for months, and at the first sign he needs help, you run to Italy to save him. What about you, Bella? Who saves you?" "You did," Bella said quietly. "You saved me, Jacob, from drowning, from the darkness, from losing myself completely. I know what you did for me, and I'm grateful. But that doesn't mean I can just stop loving Edward." Jacob laughed bitterly. "Love? You call it love, but it looks a lot like self-destruction from where I'm standing. You almost died multiple times because of him, because of his world. And now you're going back to that? Choosing danger over safety? Vampires over friends who actually care about you?" "I'm not choosing vampires over you," Bella tried to explain. "I'm choosing Edward. There's a difference." "There's really not," Jacob said flatly. "He's a vampire, Bella. That's what he is, what he'll always be. And being with him means existing in that world, dealing with creatures like Victoria and the Volturi and all the other dangers that come with loving a monster." "Don't call him that," Bella said, anger flaring. "Edward's not a monster. He's literally a monster," Jacob said. "By definition, he drinks blood, has supernatural powers, exists by predating on living things. Monster is exactly the right word, even if you've convinced yourself otherwise." They stared at each other across the divide that had opened between them, friendship strained to breaking by choices Bella had made, and consequences Jacob couldn't accept. Finally, Jacob shook his head, his expression settling into something like resignation. "Fine. Choose him. Choose vampires and danger and a world that will eventually kill you. But Bella, when it all goes wrong, when you need saving again, don't call me. I can't keep watching you destroy yourself over someone who doesn't deserve your love." He left before Bella could respond, transforming into wolf form the moment he was past the tree line, disappearing into the forest with supernatural speed. And Bella understood that something fundamental had broken between them, that the friendship that had saved her during the darkest months was now another casualty of Edward's return. She'd saved Edward, but the cost was becoming increasingly clear. Damaged relationships with Charlie and Jacob, the Volturi's ultimatum hanging over her, transformation looming at the end of the year. Nothing was simple. Nothing was easy. And the reunion she'd fought so hard for was turning out to be far more complicated than she'd anticipated. That evening, Edward returned, climbing through her window as he had so many times before, settling into the rocking chair while Bella lay in bed processing everything that had happened. They talked quietly through the night, Edward sharing details about the months he'd been gone, Bella explaining about Jacob and the wolves and Victoria's hunting. "The wolves protected you," Edward said, understanding settling over him. "While I was gone, while I'd removed the protection my family provided, the shapeshifters kept you safe from Victoria. I owe them for that, even if they hate everything I am." "They do hate you," Bella confirmed. Jacob especially. He thinks I'm making a terrible mistake being with you, thinks I'm choosing self-destruction over safety. He might be right, Edward admitted. Being with me has never been safe, Bella. Has always put you in danger. Maybe Jacob's right to be angry, right to want you to choose differently. But I'm not going to choose differently, Bella said firmly. I'm choosing you, Edward. Despite the danger, despite the complications, despite everything, I'm choosing you. Edward was quiet for a long moment, his golden eyes reflecting emotions too complex to name. The Volturi's deadline, December 31st. That gives us about 7 months to prepare for your transformation, to say goodbye to your human life, to make peace with what you're giving up. I don't need 7 months to prepare, Bella said. I've known what I wanted since before you left. Transformation, immortality, forever with you. That hasn't changed, but it should be your choice, Edward protested. Should happen on your timeline, when you're ready, not because the Volturi are forcing it, not under threat of execution if we don't comply. Choice is an illusion, Bella said philosophically. We make decisions within constraints, responding to circumstances we didn't create. The Volturi's deadline is just another constraint. We adapt, we work within it, we make it work. Edward looked at her with something like wonder mixed with sadness. You've changed since I left. You're harder now, more pragmatic, less idealistic about how the world works. Surviving does that, Bella said. Changes you, makes you see reality more clearly. And the reality is that I'm being transformed, whether you're completely comfortable with it or not. So we figure out the logistics and make it happen. They talked through the night, planning and processing and slowly accepting that their future had been decided by forces beyond their control. The Volturi had spoken, and their word was law. Bella would become a vampire by year's end. The only questions remaining were when, exactly where, and who would perform the transformation. But those were details to be worked out with the Cullen family, decisions to be made in the coming months. For now, Edward and Bella simply existed together in the quiet darkness of her room, reunited despite everything, damaged but together, facing an inevitable future that would transform everything. The hole in Bella's chest had filled with Edward's presence, the vast emptiness finally occupied by the person who belonged there. But healing that hole had opened new wounds, created new complications, set in motion changes that couldn't be stopped. She'd saved Edward, but in saving him, she'd committed to transformation, had alienated people who cared about her, had set herself on a path that would end her human life before she'd fully figured out how to live it. The cost of love, Bella was learning, was always higher than you anticipated, and she would pay it gladly, would sacrifice whatever necessary to keep Edward in her life, even if that sacrifice was herself, her humanity, everything she'd been before the day Edward Cullen had walked into her biology class and changed her world forever. Outside, dawn approached. Inside, Bella fell asleep to the sound of Edward's voice, his cold presence beside her a comfort and a promise. They'd survived the Volturi, they'd survived separation and reunion and the terrible choices that had brought them to this moment. Now they just had to survive transformation and everything that came after. The Cullen family gathered in their glass-walled living room 3 days after Edward and Bella's return from Italy. The entire coven assembled for the first time since they'd scattered months ago. Carlyle and Esme had driven from New York, arriving in the early morning hours with expressions that mixed joy at reunion with concern about the circumstances requiring it. Rosalie and Emmett had flown in from Europe the day before, Rosalie's thoughts already sharp with opinions she hadn't yet voiced. Jasper and Alice completed the circle, having never strayed far from the Pacific Northwest, despite Edward's decree that they all leave. Bella sat on the white leather couch, Edward beside her with his hand firmly clasped around hers, his body language protective despite being surrounded by family. The tension in the room was palpable, multiple conversations happening simultaneously, the spoken words careful and measured, the unspoken thoughts Edward could hear, ranging from supportive to hostile. Carlyle stood near the windows overlooking the forest, his position suggesting both authority and accessibility. He'd listened to Edward's explanation of the Volterra encounter with increasing gravity, his doctor's mind processing implications and consequences with clinical precision. Now, he needed to address the reality facing them, the Volturi's ultimatum, the transformation deadline, the choice that wasn't really a choice at all. "So the situation is this," Carlyle said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of experience navigating vampire politics. "The Volturi have given us until December 31st to transform Bella. If we fail to meet that deadline, they'll send the guard to enforce their law, which means Bella will either be transformed or executed, and any of us who aided in keeping her human will face similar consequences." "That's not a choice," Rosalie said, her voice sharp with anger that had been building since she'd learned about the Italy trip. "That's coercion. The Volturi are forcing transformation on someone who should have the right to decide her own fate." "Bella has decided her own fate," Edward said quietly. "She's wanted transformation since before I left. This deadline doesn't change what she already wanted, it just provides a time frame for something she was going to choose anyway." Rosalie turned her spectacular golden eyes on Bella, her expression holding emotions too complex to easily categorize. "Have you really thought this through? Do you actually understand what you're giving up? Because I would trade anything, to have what you're so willing to throw away." The pain in Rosalie's voice was raw and genuine, cutting through her usual careful control. Bella had heard the basics of Rosalie's story from Edward, the human life stolen by violence, the transformation forced upon her, the decades spent mourning what she'd lost. Rosalie's opposition to Bella's choice wasn't cruelty, but grief, the desperate desire to prevent someone else from making what Rosalie considered an irreversible mistake. "I know what I'm giving up," Bella said, meeting Rosalie's gaze directly. "Aging, children, a normal human lifespan, the ability to exist in daylight without sparkling, to eat food, to sleep. I understand the cost, Rosalie, but I also know what I'm gaining. Strength, speed, senses beyond human capability, and forever with Edward. That's worth the price to me." "Forever," Rosalie repeated, the word bitter. "You're 18 years old, you've barely begun to experience life, and you're ready to give up on humanity for a boy you've known for barely a year. What about college? What about traveling, experiencing the world? Figuring out who you are as a person before you're frozen in this state forever?" "I can do those things as a vampire," Bella argued. "The Cullens travel, attend universities, experience the world. Being immortal doesn't mean giving up experiences, it means having an infinite timeline to pursue them." "It's not the same," Rosalie insisted. "You'll be doing them as a predator, as something fundamentally other than human. You'll be pretending to be human, performing humanity, never able to fully integrate, because you'll always be hiding what you truly are." The conversation was becoming heated, emotions escalating beyond what productive discussion required. Carlyle intervened with gentle authority, his voice calm but firm. "Rosalie, I understand your concerns, but this isn't about what you would choose or what you wish had been different about your own transformation. This is about what Bella wants, what she's choosing with full knowledge of the consequences." "Is it full knowledge?" Rosalie challenged. "Has anyone told her about the thirst? About the years of barely controlled bloodlust? About what it feels like to want to drain every human you encounter? About the constant performance required to maintain the illusion of humanity?" "I've told her," Edward said quietly. "I've explained the thirst, the control required, the difficulty of the transition. She knows it won't be easy. Knowing intellectually and experiencing viscerally are different things," Rosalie said. "But fine, if she's determined to throw away her humanity, if none of you will try to stop her, then at least I've said my piece." She moved to the far side of the room, her body language radiating disapproval, even as she seemed to accept that her objections wouldn't change the outcome. Emmett followed her, his massive presence a comfort, his hand finding hers in silent support. "Anyone else have concerns they want to voice?" Carlyle asked, his gaze moving around the room. "This is a family decision. Everyone's perspective matters." Jasper spoke next, his military training evident in his tactical assessment. "The Volturi's deadline creates strategic complications. We need to ensure the transformation happens under optimal conditions, somewhere private, with enough space for a newborn's strength and volatility, with adequate blood supply nearby to help with the initial thirst. And we need to consider who performs the transformation. That's not a decision to make lightly." All eyes turned to Edward, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Would he be the one to transform Bella? Would he be willing to bite her with the intention of changing rather than killing her? Edward's expression was pained, his internal struggle visible despite his usual careful control. "I don't know if I can," he admitted, the words clearly costing him. "Bella's blood calls to me more strongly than anyone's ever has. Starting the transformation means biting her, means tasting her blood, means trusting myself to stop before I drain her completely. I'm not certain I have that level of control." "Then I'll do it," Carlyle offered immediately. "I have centuries of practice resisting human blood, of controlling the thirst in situations where it's overwhelming. If you're not confident you can perform the transformation safely, I'll take that burden." Relief and disappointment warred on Edward's face, gratitude for Carlyle's offer mixing with shame at his own perceived weakness. Bella squeezed his hand, understanding the complicated emotions, appreciating his honesty about his limitations, even as she wished he felt capable of being the one to change her. "There's another consideration," Alice said, her eyes distant with visions. "Timing. The Volturi gave us until December 31st, but that doesn't mean we should wait until the last possible moment. Newborns are volatile, unpredictable. Bella will need time after transformation to develop basic control before the Volturi verify the change. We should plan for early December at the latest, giving her several weeks as a newborn before Dimitri comes to check." "Early December," Bella repeated, the timeline suddenly feeling very immediate. "That's only about 6 months away." "6 months to prepare," Esme said gently, her maternal instincts engaging around Bella's obvious anxiety. 6 months to say goodbye to your human life, to make peace with what you're leaving behind, to ensure you're as ready as possible for what comes next. 6 months to graduate high school, Bella added, understanding that this summer would be her last as a human, that by Christmas she would be fundamentally different than she was now, to spend time with Charlie while I still can, to figure out how to disappear from my human life without destroying him. That was perhaps the hardest part of transformation, the inevitable disappearance it would require. Bella couldn't remain in Charlie's life after becoming a vampire. The physical changes would be too dramatic, the lack of aging too obvious. She would need to stage some kind of leaving, create a narrative that explained her absence without revealing the truth. And that meant saying goodbye to her father, probably forever, knowing he would spend the rest of his life wondering what happened to his daughter. "We'll help you with that," Carlyle assured her. "Many of us have had to leave behind human families. It's never easy, but we've developed strategies for making the transition as painless as possible for those left behind." "There's one more thing we need to address," Edward said, his voice tight. "Victoria. She's still hunting Bella, still trying to get past the Wolfpack's protection. Once Bella is transformed, once she's no longer under the wolves' protection, Victoria will be free to pursue her vendetta without the shapeshifters interfering. Then we deal with Victoria before the transformation," Emmett said, his thoughts clearly turning toward violence with enthusiasm. "Track her down, end the threat permanently, problem solved." "It's not that simple," Jasper cautioned. "Victoria has proven elusive, intelligent. She's been evading the Wolfpack for months, testing their defenses, looking for weaknesses. Tracking her down will require coordination and strategy, not just brute force. The wolves might be willing to help," Bella offered tentatively. "They want Victoria gone as much as we do. If we coordinate with them, combine our abilities." "The treaty," Rosalie interrupted, her voice sharp. "We have a treaty with the wolves. We stay off their land, they stay off ours, and we don't hunt in each other's territories. Coordinating with them means violating that treaty, means creating complications we might not be able to resolve. The treaty also says we don't bite humans on their land," Edward pointed out. "We violated that treaty the moment I transformed, the moment any of us who were changed on Quileute territory became vampires. The wolves tolerate our presence because we're not actively threatening them. But that tolerance is fragile, based on decades of careful neutrality. Working together against Victoria could either strengthen our relationship or shatter it completely." The conversation continued for hours, the family debating logistics and strategy, and the dozens of details that needed to be resolved before December. They discussed where the transformation would happen. The Cullen house was decided, familiar territory where they could control variables. They discussed what would happen immediately after Bella would need to hunt extensively, would need to learn control under carefully supervised conditions before being allowed near humans. They discussed the cover story for Charlie, a college acceptance that required early enrollment, an opportunity too good to pass up, a daughter leaving home to pursue her education. It was thin, would require careful execution, but it was the best option available for explaining Bella's permanent absence. And eventually, inevitably, they moved toward the vote that would formalize what everyone already understood was happening. Carlyle's decision to make it official, to have each family member voice their position, was about inclusion and acknowledgement. Everyone would have a say, even if the outcome was predetermined by circumstances beyond their control. "Let's make this official," Carlyle said as evening approached. "A formal vote on whether to transform Bella Swan into a vampire, with the understanding that the Volturi's ultimatum makes this more recognition of reality than actual choice. Everyone gets a vote. Everyone's voice matters." He looked at Edward first, the question implicit. Edward held Bella's hand tighter, his expression tortured but resigned. "No," he said quietly. I vote no. Not because I don't want Bella in my life forever. Not because I don't love her, but because I believe she deserves a human life, deserves to experience mortality without the constant awareness of predator instincts. But I acknowledge my vote doesn't matter, that this will happen regardless of my preference. Bella felt something twist in her chest at Edward's vote, at his continued resistance to giving her what she wanted. But she also understood it came from love, from his conviction that he was a monster and she deserved better than eternal monstrosity. Rosalie went next, her spectacular face set with determination. No, I vote no, for all the reasons I already explained. Bella should keep her humanity, should live a full human life, should not give up something so precious for immortality she can't truly understand until it's too late to change her mind. 2 no votes. Bella felt anxiety curl in her stomach, despite knowing the outcome was inevitable. What if the family voted against transformation? What would that mean for the Volturi's deadline? But then Emmett spoke, his booming voice cheerful despite the serious topic. Yes, absolutely yes. Bella's cool, and she'll be even cooler as a vampire. Plus, we need someone new around here who isn't several decades old and set in their ways. Fresh perspective, new family member. What's not to like? Yes, Jasper said, his reasoning more tactical than Emmett's enthusiasm. Bella being transformed increases the family's strength, adds another member who can contribute to our collective security. And frankly, having her remain human while involved with Edward creates vulnerabilities we can't adequately protect against. Transformation makes strategic sense. Yes, Alice said, her voice carrying the certainty of someone who'd already seen the outcome. I've seen Bella as one of us. She's family already in every way that matters. Making it official through transformation just aligns reality with what already exists emotionally. Yes, Esme said softly, her maternal warmth evident in every word. Bella makes Edward happy in ways he's never been happy before. She's brought life back to this family, reminded us what it means to care about someone outside ourselves. I want her here permanently, as part of our family forever. All eyes turned to Carlisle, the final vote, the patriarch's decision that would formalize what the Count already showed. He studied Bella for a long moment, his ancient eyes seeing the girl she was and the vampire she would become. Yes, Carlisle said finally. I vote yes, not because the Volturi are forcing it, though that's certainly a factor, but because Bella has made her choice with full knowledge of consequences, and I respect that choice. She knows what she's gaining and what she's losing. She understands the transformation isn't simple or easy, and she's choosing it anyway. That deserves support, not obstruction. 5 votes yes, 2 votes no. The outcome was clear. The decision formalized. Bella Swan would become a vampire, would be transformed before December's end, would join the Cullen family permanently in the only way possible for someone who wanted to be part of their world. Then it's settled, Carlisle said, his tone carrying both relief and concern. We proceed with transformation, planned for early December. Between now and then, Bella will need to handle her human affairs, prepare for the change, say whatever goodbyes she can without revealing the truth. The meeting broke up gradually, family members dispersing to various parts of the house, processing in their own ways. Rosalie left immediately, her disapproval evident in every movement. Emmett following to provide comfort. Jasper and Alice retreated to their room, Alice's visions probably showing her futures that needed analysis. Esme went to the kitchen despite not needing food, her coping mechanism involving the domestic rituals she'd practiced as a human. Bella found herself alone with Edward and Carlisle, the three of them standing in the living room as twilight deepened into night beyond the windows. "I know this isn't what you wanted," Bella said to Edward, addressing his no vote, his continued resistance to her transformation. "But Edward, this is what I want. This has always been what I wanted. Being with you forever, existing in your world, having the time we need to figure out what we are to each other." "What we are to each other is dangerous," Edward said, but his voice lacked the conviction it once would have carried. "What we are to each other has almost gotten you killed multiple times. What we are to each other is probably going to result in you being transformed months before you're actually ready, because the Volturi won't tolerate a human knowing our secrets." "Then let's make it right," Bella said, an idea forming, something she'd been considering since the vote concluded. "Edward, you said you wanted me to experience human things before transformation. You wanted me to have human experiences I'd lose forever once I changed." "Yes," Edward confirmed, clearly uncertain where she was going with this. "Then let's get married," Bella said, the words tumbling out before she could second-guess them. "Before the transformation. Let me experience a wedding, a marriage, a honeymoon, all the human relationship milestones I won't have after I change. Let's do this properly, traditionally, with all the human ceremony and ritual." Edward stared at her, shock evident on his face. Carlisle made a discreet exit, clearly recognizing this was a conversation that didn't require his presence. When Edward finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. "You want to marry me? After everything I've put you through, all the mistakes I've made, the pain I've caused, you want to legally bind yourself to me?" "Yes," Bella said simply. "I love you. I've loved you since before I fully understood what loving you meant. And if I'm going to be transformed, if I'm going to become a vampire and join your family, I want to do it as your wife. I want that human experience, that commitment, that ceremony before it becomes impossible." "Bella, marriage is serious," Edward protested, even as hope began to show beneath his resistance. "It's a commitment that will last literally forever, if you're immortal. You're 18. Most 18-year-olds aren't ready for that level of commitment. Most 18-year-olds aren't planning to become vampires," Bella countered. "Most 18-year-olds aren't facing eternity with someone they love." "My situation isn't normal, Edward. Normal rules don't apply. And I know what I want. I want you. Forever, in every way possible, including marriage." Edward pulled her close, his cold arms wrapping around her with desperate intensity. "Are you sure? Absolutely certain? Because Bella, if we do this, if we get married before your transformation, I'm holding you to it. You don't get to change your mind later, decide you want something different. Forever means forever." "I know," Bella said against his chest, "and forever with you sounds perfect." They stood together in the dimming light, holding each other, processing what they'd just agreed to. Marriage before transformation, a wedding, a honeymoon, a brief period of human married life before Bella's change into immortality. It wasn't what Edward had initially wanted, but it was compromise, was giving Bella human experiences before those experiences became impossible. "Your father is going to love this," Edward said dryly, humor entering his voice despite the serious conversation. His 18-year-old daughter marrying the boyfriend who left her devastated right before graduation. He'll probably try to arrest me. Probably, Bella agreed. But Charlie will adjust. He always does. And Edward, he needs to believe I'm leaving for college, for opportunities, for a normal reason. A wedding gives us cover for that. I can tell him we're getting married and moving away together for school. It's not the full truth, but it's closer than most of the lies we'll have to tell. Edward was quiet for a long moment, clearly thinking through implications and logistics. We'd need to do it soon, not wait until right before transformation. If we're going to do this, we do it properly. Give ourselves time as a married couple before the change. This summer, Bella suggested, after graduation, before college would normally start. That gives us a few months together, before December. This summer, Edward repeated, the words settling into certainty. We'll get married this summer, have a small ceremony, something intimate rather than elaborate. Then a honeymoon somewhere private, somewhere we can just be together without the constant awareness of approaching transformation. They spent the rest of the evening planning, discussing details that seemed simultaneously important and trivial. Where would they marry? Who would they invite? How would they explain to Charlie without revealing too much? The questions multiplied faster than answers emerged, but beneath the logistics was something simpler. They were getting married, were formalizing their commitment before transformation made that commitment eternal. Over the following weeks, Bella navigated her return to normal life, with the awareness that nothing was actually normal anymore. She finished her senior year with mechanical efficiency, attending classes she barely registered, completing assignments that felt meaningless compared to what was coming. Graduation happened in June, a ceremony she sat through with detached awareness, receiving her diploma with none of the excitement her classmates showed. Charlie had been cautiously pleased when Bella told him about the engagement. His relief that she was choosing traditional life milestones outweighing his concerns about her marrying so young. Edward had asked his permission with old-fashioned courtesy, had promised to take care of Bella, had satisfied Charlie's paternal instincts enough that he'd given his blessing, if not his wholehearted enthusiasm. "You're sure about this?" Charlie asked Bella multiple times, his concern evident. "You're really sure you want to marry Edward this young? You have your whole life ahead of you, Bells. There's no rush." "I'm sure, Dad," Bella assured him, meaning it despite the secrets she was keeping. "I love him, and I want to start our life together. That's worth more than waiting for some arbitrary age, when marriage is considered more acceptable." The wedding was planned for August, a small ceremony at the Cullen house, with only immediate family attending. Bella would have preferred even smaller, just her and Edward and whoever performed the ceremony. But Esme had insisted on at least minimal celebration, had thrown herself into planning with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting for this occasion. Renee flew up from Jacksonville, her excitement at her daughter's wedding overwhelming her concerns about the speed of the engagement. She spent hours with Bella talking about marriage and relationships and life advice that Bella absorbed with guilty awareness that most of it wouldn't apply to immortal vampire existence. "You're so young," Renee said, echoing Charlie's concerns from a different angle. "I was young when I married your father, and look how that turned out. Are you sure you're not rushing into this because you're afraid of losing him again?" "I'm not afraid of losing him," Bella said, which was true even if the reasoning behind it was false. "I'm choosing him, Mom. Actively, consciously choosing to build a life with him. That's not fear, that's commitment." The wedding day arrived with typical Forks weather, grey skies, threatening rain, but holding off long enough for the outdoor ceremony Esme had designed. The backyard of the Cullen house had been transformed into something magical. white flowers everywhere, elegant seating arranged in intimate rows, an archway of woven branches, creating the space where Bella and Edward would exchange vows. Bella wore a dress Alice had found, simple and elegant, rather than the elaborate gowns that seemed designed more for display than for actual wearing. It fit perfectly, made her feel beautiful without uncomfortable, made the ceremony feel real rather than performative. Charlie walked her down the makeshift aisle, his arm steady beneath her hand, his thoughts probably full of memories of her childhood and hopes for her future that she would never fulfill. Bella focused on Edward waiting at the archway, his expression holding such overwhelming love that it made her stumble slightly, made her father steady her with gentle pressure. The ceremony was traditional and brief, the minister asking questions and receiving answers that bound them together in the eyes of law and community. Edward's voice was steady as he promised to love and honor and cherish, his golden eyes never leaving Bella's face. Bella's voice shook slightly, but remained clear as she made the same promises, committing to forever with full awareness of what forever would actually mean. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the minister said, the words making something shift in Bella's chest, making the commitment suddenly real in ways it hadn't been even during planning. "You may kiss your bride." Edward's kiss was gentle and careful, mindful of their human audience. But beneath the restraint, Bella felt the depth of his emotion, the overwhelming love he felt despite his continued concerns about whether this was right. When they pulled apart, Bella was married, was Edward's wife, had taken the first major step toward the transformation waiting in December. The reception was small and intimate, just immediate family and a few close friends who wouldn't ask too many questions about the Cullens' peculiarities. Bella danced with Charlie, with Edward, with various members of her new vampire family. She ate cake she could barely taste, smiled for photos that would document this moment for the human family who wouldn't see her again after transformation. And through it all, she felt the weight of time pressing forward, the awareness that summer would become fall, fall would become December, and December would end her human life entirely. She was married now, had taken Edward's name, had formalized their commitment. The next step was transformation, and after that forever. Literally forever, with no end in sight, with no ultimate conclusion except destruction or choice to end her own existence. The thought should have been terrifying, should have made her reconsider, should have triggered all the doubts Rosalie had tried to plant. But instead, Bella felt only certainty, only determination, only the conviction that she was choosing correctly despite everyone's concerns. She wanted this, wanted Edward, wanted forever, wanted transformation into something that could exist beside him without fragility or mortality threatening their time together. Whatever she was giving up, humanity, aging, the chance at normal life, was worth what she was gaining. The honeymoon was a week on Isle Esme, a private island off the coast of Brazil that Carlyle owned, where Bella and Edward could be completely alone without risk of exposure or interruption. They swam in impossibly blue water, lay on white sand beaches, existed in a bubble separate from the world and its complications. Edward was careful with her, always mindful of his strength, always aware of her fragility. But Bella pushed against those limitations, demanded more than Edward initially wanted to give, insisted on experiencing everything human possibility allowed, before transformation made those experiences impossible. "I don't want to hurt you," Edward protested when Bella demanded closeness he was afraid to provide. "You're so breakable, Bella. I could kill you without meaning to." Then be careful, but don't hold back completely, Bella countered. I want to experience this, Edward. Want to know what it's like to be with you while I'm still human. After transformation, everything will be different. I'll be stronger, harder, will match you physically. But right now, I'm still human, still soft and warm and mortal. Let me experience that with you before it's gone forever. Edward gave in reluctantly, his control tested in ways he'd never experienced before, and Bella understood viscerally what it cost him. The constant vigilance required to be intimate without being destructive, to love her fully while never forgetting she could be broken with casual force. The week passed too quickly, 7 days that felt like both forever and an instant. When they returned to Forks, summer was winding toward fall, and December was approaching with inevitable finality. Bella had graduated, had married, had experienced her honeymoon. The major human milestones were complete. All that remained was the transformation itself. Bella spent her last months as a human saying subtle goodbyes to the life she'd lived. She visited the places in Forks that had mattered: First Beach, where she'd first learned about vampires from Jacob; the meadow where Edward had revealed himself in sunlight; the school where they'd met. She spent time with Charlie, treasuring moments she could never get back, knowing she was preparing to break his heart by disappearing from his life. You seem different, Charlie observed one evening in November, as they ate dinner together in the small house that had been Bella's home for less than 2 years, but which had shaped her entirely. Quieter, like you're saying goodbye to something. Just thinking about the future, Bella said, which was true even if the specifics would horrify him. About leaving Forks, starting the next chapter. It's exciting but also sad, you know. I know, Charlie said, his voice gruff with emotion he struggled to express. You grew up, Bells, became your own person, and now you're leaving to build your own life. That's how it should be, even if it's hard for the parent left behind. Bella felt tears start to fall, guilt crushing her chest. Charlie thought she was leaving for college, for marriage, for normal young adult reasons. He had no idea she was leaving forever, that after December she'd be unable to visit or call or maintain any contact without revealing truths he could never know. I love you, Dad, Bella said, the words inadequate but sincere. Thank you for letting me come here, for giving me these years. They mattered more than you know. Love you too, Bells, Charlie said, clearly uncomfortable with emotional displays but pushing past that discomfort. You'll always have a home here. Remember that. No matter where life takes you, you can always come back to Forks. Except she couldn't, would never be able to come back. Never be able to walk into this house again. Never be able to sit across this table from her father. The finality of it pressed against her chest, making breathing difficult. The last conversation with Jacob was even harder. He appeared at her house in early December, his massive frame radiating heat and tension, his eyes holding pain he'd been trying to suppress since learning about her engagement and impending transformation. So, this is really happening, Jacob said without preamble. You're really going through with it, becoming one of them, throwing away everything human to be with a vampire. Yes, Bella said simply, refusing to apologize for choices she'd made with full knowledge of consequences. And nothing I say will change your mind? Nothing about what you're losing, what you're becoming, how much it's going to hurt everyone who cares about you? No, Bella said gently. Jacob, I know you don't understand. I know you think I'm making a terrible mistake, but this is what I want. What I've wanted since before Edward left. And the Volturi's deadline just made inevitable something that was always going to happen eventually. Jacob laughed bitterly, the sound carrying no humor, the vulture, vampire royalty, forcing you to transform or be killed, and you see that as romantic rather than horrific. That's how far gone you are, Bella. You've lost all perspective. Maybe, Bella acknowledged. Or maybe I just see things differently than you do. Maybe I understand that my life, my choices, my future, they're mine to determine. Even if you disagree with my decisions. They stood in tense silence, years of friendship strained to breaking by irreconcilable differences. Finally, Jacob spoke again, his voice rough with emotion. I can't watch you do this. Can't watch you kill yourself. Because that's what transformation is. Death of who you were, birth of something else wearing your face. So I'm saying goodbye now, Bella. Before you change, before you become something I'll be programmed to hate. The treaty, Bella started, but Jacob cut her off. The treaty says we don't attack the Cullens on their land. They don't attack us on ours. It doesn't say we have to be friendly with vampires. Doesn't require us to accept them as anything other than the predators they are. After you transform, you'll be one of them, and I won't be able to see you as anything other than another cold one. So this is goodbye, for real this time. He left before Bella could respond, transforming into wolf form the moment he cleared the tree line, disappearing into the forest with supernatural speed. And Bella understood she'd lost him completely, that the friendship that had saved her during her darkest months was now another casualty of her choice to become immortal. The cost of transformation kept accumulating Charlie's broken heart, Jacob's betrayal, the loss of her entire human identity and existence. Bella acknowledged each cost, felt the weight of what she was giving up, and chose transformation anyway, because the alternative, a long human life without Edward, was unthinkable, because the hole in her chest that had nearly destroyed her during his absence would never fully heal unless they could be together permanently, because she'd tasted what it meant to exist in his world, and returning to pure humanity felt like amputation after experiencing something beyond normal human limitation. December arrived with freezing rain and grey skies that felt appropriate for the transformation ahead. The date was set December 15th, giving Bella enough time as a newborn to develop basic control before the Volturi's deadline. Carlyle would perform the transformation, his centuries of medical experience making him the safest choice for the procedure. Bella spent her last day as a human in quiet contemplation, saying silent goodbyes to humanity, preparing mentally for pain she'd been warned would exceed anything she could imagine. Edward stayed close, his presence both comfort and reminder of why she was doing this, what she was gaining even as she lost so much. That evening, as night fell over Forks and the Cullen house grew quiet, Bella lay on the bed in the room that would be hers during transformation and recovery. Edward sat beside her, holding her hand, his cold fingers wrapped around her warm ones. Carlyle stood nearby, medical supplies prepared, his expression grave but determined. "Are you ready?" Carlyle asked gently. "This is your last chance to change your mind, Bella. Once the transformation starts, we can't stop it. You'll burn for 3 days, and at the end, you'll be a vampire. Forever." "I'm ready," Bella said, meaning it despite the fear curling in her stomach. "Let's do this." Carlyle moved closer, his cold hands gentle on her arm, positioning for the bite that would change everything. Edward's grip tightened on her hand, his face showing anguish at witnessing this, at being unable to prevent what he still believed was damning the person he loved most. "I love you," Edward whispered. Whatever happens, whatever you become, I love you. Always. I love you too, Bella said. Forever. Then Carlyle's teeth were at her wrist, breaking through skin, venom flowing into her bloodstream. And Bella's human life ended as the burning began. Transformation consuming her in fire that would reshape everything she was into something new. Some losses are chosen. Bella Swan learned that the hardest part of love isn't the falling, but the staying, the choice to remain when every logical part of you screams to run. She lost Edward and survived it, barely. She found Jacob and learned that healing comes in unexpected forms, that warmth exists even in the coldest darkness. She lost Jacob by choosing Edward, understanding finally that love always costs something, always demands sacrifice. She'd spent months as a ghost, existing without living, and she'd learned the difference between the two. Now she stood at the precipice of another kind of death, the transformation that would take her humanity and give her forever. She was choosing it with open eyes, understanding the price, accepting the loss of everything she'd been to become what she would be. This is not an ending. New moon closes with a beginning, a promise of transformation, an acceptance of change, a choice made freely despite its cost. Bella Swan learned to survive loss. Now she would learn whether survival was enough, whether the forever she'd chosen would be worth everything she'd given up to claim it.